Sorry about that. My microphone disconnected there for a moment. Hail crew, we're back from our Oops All Orc stream, and what a stream that was! Oh my god! A couple things have changed now. We now have ads that roll here. They have to roll in order for us to continue to stream. But that's a good thing because we can continue to stream because of it. What a stream we had on Friday! Oh my god, the Oops All Orc stream! What a stream! What an incredible, incredible, incredible stream! It was so much fun. 10 orcs start to finish. Absolutely wild. I don't think I don't think going into that I was totally prepared for what was happening. I had this misconception that orcs are fun, they're easy, they're dead simple, you know, how hard could it be to paint and build and clip 10 orcs all at once, you know? And the naivety definitely rang true. I'm in the process right now of clipping up the that stream from the VOD into a nice little video for us to have for later. Just to look back, all the highlights, all the cool stuff that happened. I mean, 10 orcs start to finish is no joke. I have them off to the side now as a result of that stream. And I'm so excited to have them. We're going to do something with them in the future, but they're by all means done. Um, Gosh, what a time. I don't think I've ever been uh, so out of mind the whole process, and that's essentially what happened. We started the stream strong. We listened to some really cool music, and we just sort of hung out for a little bit while we clipped and tried to glue things and tried to figure out where everything was meant to go. And then as it came down to it, we get to I think it was after the build stage, after the cleanup, we were starting to go kind of crazy. Um, and we got more orcs primed for the part two. Put them on stream here real quick. See, these guys are ready for when we're ready to go to the next stage. You see where I blew some of that sand and dust. It's just floating around. And so these guys are ready for when we get to the next stage of the next orc stream. They'll be like part two, obviously. But what a time, man! What a time! I think the whole stream was a huge success. Not just because now we're affiliated and we're doing able to do more and keep the stream alive, keep going longer. There's no sort of end date in sight for the stream, which is exceptionally good to me. But we're ready for the next thing that happens. And we're able to improve stream quality a little bit. We've got some more fun things that we're doing, like you could spend bits now. The longer you watch, the more bits you get. Sorry, they're called brain cells. Certainly, I could use as many brain cells as I get my hands on, as both a streamer and someone who's a burnout streamer. And yeah, just a lot of cool things. Man, what a stream! I can't believe we did 15 and a half, 16 hours, just start to finish. Like that's nuts. I did not expect to be streaming for that long, and then we were, and it was just the next thing, the next thing, the next thing. It was never just let's finish here. It was let's go until we can't feel our hands anymore. And truthfully, at the end of 16 hours, I couldn't feel my hands. It did hurt to continue, so that's why we had to stop. I cut my thumb a couple times. I think I cut my finger a little bit too. That's kind of funny. Um, and we got those guys based, and we got them highlighted, and I don't even know. We just went. We didn't stop. That was the key, is that we didn't stop. But we're back to form today. Today, if you had a good weekend, I'm glad you had a good weekend. And I hope you had a great Valentine's Day. Or at least get to watch me go absolutely crazy for a couple of hours on that Friday night. Friday the 13th it was too. That's the funny thing. I didn't realize that till after the stream was done. I sat down and I said, "Oh my god, everything that could go on wrong went wrong." And I was politely reminded, "Yeah, because it's Friday the 13th." And I went, "Oh god, you're right." So today we are back to doing our Chaos Space Marines. We got a clean wet palette, clean water. We've got our clean paper towel. Like we are all set. I cleaned up the whole desk after the stream because it needed a whole refresh. We left off working on the general here, and he's looking pretty cool. He's got quite a few cool features on him, and I'm going to try and keep him on screen here. We finished blacking out the horns and repainting some of the skull features, and just making the bone look really bone-like, and doing the cloak and getting it red and primed and ready to go. And then doing some of the detail on the armor to make it look cold and old. The goal here today is to try and get some gold on top of some of this stuff. And then there's the little Eye of Horus that's going to be in here too, so we still have to highlight that. I'm just selecting the brushes I want to do today. We're going to be using a dry brush. Well, I might not use the dry brush, but I'm going to clean up the dry brush. We're going to be using definitely a base brush today and a layer brush. I'm going to use a medium layer brush. We're going to need the base brush because there's some gold that's going on this, and it can really ruin up a brush. So I've got two of them here. One that's been cleaned, the one that hasn't been cleaned. I'm going to pull out the one that has been cleaned and put the other one that hasn't been cleaned back. We've got some feathers on the back of him today. So what I might do is I might grab my little glaze brush here, my STC glaze, and we'll use some of those as well. We don't really need to do any highlights per se. If we do, we'll address that later. But we'll definitely need some of that glazing for some of the fire. I am going to pull out the insane detail from Army Painter, and I'm going to pull out as well the Psycho by Army Painter, because they're good brushes to use as well. And just for good measure, I'm also going to grab the just the precise detail the Army Painter made for a while ago. We will be basing him today as well. Basing seems to be a pretty straightforward process, not a super complicated deal. We'll get through that pretty fast. So I'll just grab my base brush here, which is not so much a brush as it is just a spatula and then a stir. And I want to grab a shade brush because I think we'll be shading some of this too. So that's pretty well all my brushes. Again, small character, so lots of detail. And we're just going to work on him today. I'm finding that using this paint handle is really helpful because I do suffer from carpal tunnel quite a bit. So it'd be nice to not have carpal tunnel for a little while. And it seems to be helping with that quite a bit. I'm going to zoom in the camera here, best I can. There. Now we can actually see what we're looking at here. And just going to make sure we're scaled correctly so that we can kind of see what we're doing. And that way you should be able to see exactly what's happening. Perfect. So, I'll move this paint palette over here. And what I might do is actually move my paint palette a little further to the right today. Just because I have the camera facing straight down, so I want to be able to see it. I've got my white monster on the go. We're good. Now I've got pre-roll lights turned off, so I shouldn't need them coming into the stream, even if you're coming late. And I'm just going to dry out my brush here. Actually, I'm going to take a moment here and just clean up this brush before we get into the stream because it needs a lot of attention. Like, I abused that brush on the Friday stream. Just getting it soaked. I'm using this the Master's brush cleaner and preserver. First, I'm going to try and comb out any chunks. Just because there's quite a few. And this is bad for the brush too, but it's dry brush. I'm not too worried about it. I'll just buy another one if it comes down to it. It's a dry brush. You really shouldn't care too much about it, but I take care of these brushes as much as I can because you never know when you're going to need one immediately and you don't have access to another one. Like, I'll buy another dry brush, but at some point my dry brush might just bite the dust, and then I need one floating around that I can just rely on. And just working all the conditioner into it. Conditioner in the soap. You can see that it's foaming up on my hand. So it's pretty chunky. It's very chunky. Just keep adding water and keep chunking it out. Really what I'm doing is just making sure that this brush gets all the chunky bits out of it. You can see it's still pretty brown. So I might do a second turn here with a little bit more brush soap. Just to get the color out of it. Best I can. Because the color's worked itself into the throat. A little bit more brush soap. It's a lot easier to pull the brush soap up now, so that's a really good sign. It means that the bristles are getting thicker, which means that they're getting moist. Which means that the brush is getting a lot nicer. Just pull it towards it. Work it in a little bit. Just like that. Basically, pretty close to good as new. We'll just set that off to the side to dry. Cool. Alright, so we're painting our general here. So what do we need for this? So we've got some big areas here that still need to be color blocked in gold, and then the gun, and then this little thing. And then he's got like a little pouch here on the side. And then we still have to do the handle of the weapon here. So, I'm just doing the box art right now, basically. Just because it's easier for me to stay on top of that. And we're getting pretty good results so far. I'm not being too creative with this one. I saw the red coursers recently, and those seem really interesting, but they're just not something I can do quite yet. Now the feathers here, we redid in Gray Seer as well, just to get them back to the color that they were before. And that's because We want to do something interesting with them, but we're not sure quite yet what. The feathers are nice. The feathers are probably going to be red. If not red, then they might be blue, with a little bit of green. Tropical feathers probably won't contrast really well with this sort of model. It's sort of interesting to have feathers on like a model like this. Oh, we still have to paint his vent hoses too. Um, so yeah, lots of things still to paint on this guy. I think we're gonna start with the gold though, um, just so we can get the gold out of the way, and then come back to it. I'm gonna do Liberator gold instead of uh, my usual Retributor armor. Actually, we'll do Retributor armor gold. I just like the way Retributor armor gold looks. I like to just stick the whole pot on the wet palette. So I'm gonna grab my base brush, make sure it's got some moisture in it before I start. And then grab a little gold, hold onto the dry palette here, onto the paper towel I mean. And then we're just gonna start going for it. Just gonna start in a little discreet area just to make sure that my eyes are right where I want them to be. Looks like some areas here we missed with some black, so we'll come back and fix those as well. And we're just not rushing, we're just playing. Teb, how was the post-dark recovery for the weekend? Hey, Teb. It was interesting. I got a bunch of sleep because holy crap, sleeping until like almost Sunday morning was insane. I got done the stream um, Saturday morning, and good lord, I went straight to bed like immediately at like 4 in the morning. I woke up later that day at like almost noon, and I was like, "What happened to the day? Where did everything go?" I uh I was exhausted. Like I didn't feel it at the time, but the moment I got done the stream, I went to the bathroom and kind of went and started walking around the house a little bit just to get kind of ready because I thought, oh, I'm probably tired. I'll go to bed, right? I didn't know how tired I was until I like got into bed and just out like a light. I didn't feel it at the time. It was crazy. But it was a good stream. I had a fun time with that stream. Um, Honestly, it was absolutely crazy being awake for like, well, not being awake for 16 hours, but being streaming for 16 hours and painting for 16 hours. That was nuts. Good lord. And I'd do it again. I probably will do it again because we still have to paint the rest of those orcs and then get ready to do our orc boss, or orc war chief, sorry. How was your weekend? VD with the misses in the mountains was nice. Took something in my shoulder back and have a cold, so net neutral. Oh, it's awful, man. Not the misses part. The misses part's awesome. That's sweet that you were able to get out the mountains with her. Um, you guys climb the mountain or just go hiking or just some camping. Uh, but yeah, tweaking your shoulder and your back is just awful. Uh, I know exactly what that feels like, and you're out for like a week or two. It's so rough. I gotta clean up some of the black here because I overwent with the gold. Just a hair on the gold overwent on it. So I gotta clean that up. And also neutral's always better than negative, I guess. Our parents live near a ski resort. Nice. So up there often. Family skiing, boarding, other fun stuff right down. Very nice. Ah, an ad break. Can I snooze? I'm gonna snooze that ad break. There we go. We as part of the commitment with Twitch now. Oh, fun. Yeah. So that's another interesting thing. I went to bed Saturday morning, and it was a fantastic stream. Like I keep saying, it was a great stream. First off, I had a fun time, and I hope everyone else had like a fun time watching. I hope you had a fun time watching too, because it was just me going insane and having a blast painting. But I went to bed Saturday morning, woke up hours later to an email from Twitch, and it was you're invited to the affiliate program, and I went, oh, sick, super excited for that because it means I can keep painting now. Um, oh, I know, I'm so hyped. The affiliate program is so important because like being able to afford these minis is sometimes can be a little pricey. I can't lie. Despite my best efforts to try and 3D print them. So having the affiliate program there is very nice. Thanks, man. It was, you know, I say it a lot, but the truth is, honestly, that this stream doesn't happen without people here, people like yourself, because not only do I need people to keep me honest, but I also need people to keep me going, and it can be hard. It can be really friggin' hard. This is not a small undertaking by any means. And so I haven't gone down the 3D printing rabbit hole yet. It is at your when you say rabbit hole, you're absolutely correct. Um, I've heard someone say that it's a hobby in itself, and I'm inclined to agree. I've got an Ender 3, and it's one of the very early Ender 3s. If that says anything to you, and it is just a shit show. Like, I'm always trying to level the thing. I'm always trying to get back to stock. Right now, I've got it printing, and actually, the results are turning out really nice. Yeah, it's 100% its own hobby, man. Like, I started stock with my Ender 3, and I was really struggling with it for a long time. And so I did the only thing I could think of, which was to hit up the internet. It was like, if you're struggling, get a glass bed. So I got a glass bed, and that didn't solve my problems. And then I read somewhere it was like, get a dual Z screw. So I got a dual Z screw, and that kind of solved my problems, but it didn't really fix them. And then I heard change my nozzle, so I changed my nozzle, and that kind of fixed my problems, but also didn't fix all my problems. It was like the next thing, the next thing, the next thing, until now, where I'm at. which is I bought a filament dryer. And I gotta tell you, man, that filament dryer right now has fixed a lot of my problems, if not all of them. Because the filament has gone from stringy and just everywhere to just absolutely beautiful. Um, I am printing a Chaplin mask right now, partially so we can do some like more face cam stuff or like IRL stuff. Um, although in hindsight, a Space Marine mask would probably be more logical. And I'll print one of those too, probably. So we have a Brother Exhaustus face mask. But the print quality is fantastic. Like, if you give me a second here, I'll go grab the print as it is currently and just show you what I've got, like how the quality's coming out. I just need to finish the gold here on the top. Let me know if this isn't in view. Okay, so it looks like you can only snooze the ads for like 5 minutes at a time. That's insane. So just be aware we're going to be hitting an ad here in about 4 minutes. So what I'll do is I'll paint until that ad hits, and then I'll go grab the 3D print, actually. That way we get full content. Ad shouldn't be very long anyway. Watching a mobile while working, so everything is hard for me to see no matter what. That's fair. Yeah, I'm trying to get better equipment here too so that we can transcode in a couple more quality settings. I had the commissar tell me that she watches on mobile, and sometimes the quality can be up and down. Let's see. That gold looks pretty good there. I did get a little bit of overpaint on the backpack, so we're going to have to clean that up, but so far not too bad. There's an eye horse in the back here, so I'll paint the eye horse while I got a chance. It might paint a little bit more though. There we go. Did you see the new Adeptus Mechanicus unit that's coming out? Looks so sick. I'm really glad that like it seems like GW finally understands what they want to do with Mechanicus. Oh, they're like you're so cool. And like they're really leaning into this like spider walker thing. And I think that's really, like, really perfect for Mechanicus. Because they're like these big basically they're more machine than man. Like why would they want still to have like legs and stuff? Give them more legs. Like make them spiders, you know? And plus, like, the funny thing about Mechanicus too is that they're really hard to differentiate lore wise from basically Necrons. And I say that, and I don't mean that too literally. I mean that more in like a metaphysical sense, because they basically both worship the same god, right? So it's like you have to be able to differentiate them. I mean, it's very easy to tell them apart physically, but like I want to know what they're like different lore wise. Like I want more story to them. Just because the Mechanicus really deserve more story, other than they're just, the surgeons and admin and, doctors and whatever. Because the Imperium has civilians. I think part of me wants them to be more like ancient kind of tech thing. More more of that like we were here long ago kind of thing. I really like how they're leaning into it. Maybe that's a hot take though. I think the gold there looks pretty good. I might have a little much in some areas, but I clean it up a little bit later. Yeah, it's pretty good there. It isn't super, super clean, but it's pretty clean. One more gold down here. There we go. Okay. Let's sneak a little gold in there. Cool. Now, need a little bit of gold on the head on the staff here. And we are back. So, yeah, I was printing out pieces of the chaplain helmet. And the quality is so much nicer than it was before. Like, the layer lines are still there, but they're much, much gentler now. And, like, I still get a little bit of pithing. That's when it's like the pock marks where it didn't deposit really well, but from where it was before, this is just night and day. And so right now I'm printing out the connector bits to put them together. That's what you hear in the background. But I'm super excited because this is going to look really, really great when it's done. Just need to get this in there real quick. Now, part of this didn't print on the right side of the jaw, but other than that, it still turned out really well. Kind of hard to see. There we go. So now I'm just excited to have it physically print all the way through. And then I'll sand it and prime it and use some filler spray and just make it kind of cohesive. And then we'll be able to see a little bit of a tour of the room and but everything else. And then some IRL streams. I know in May we're supposed to be heading to Toronto, so I want to see if I can film inside a Meeple Mart and go take a peek at what they have kind of in store for all their product, because it is a buttload of like mauling supplies, and I am in love with mauling supplies. And like they've got an online store, but it's like, in my opinion, an online store is nothing compared to like being able to be in store and see what's available. You can search stuff really easily online, but like until you can feel it in your hand, or at least see what it looks like it's not the same. That's because everything online is like they take the best probable quality photos. So everything always looks perfect, right? A little more gold here. I feel like I'm cheating the gold. I gotta buy another gold soon too. Like my Retributor armor is getting kind of chunky. Like it's been around for a hot minute. Yeah, my Sunday wasn't too bad. I started cutting up the video from the stream. And it's pretty funny so far for what I have. But I had to learn a video editing software because I didn't have any ahead of time. So I had to find one that worked, that wasn't going to require me to spend like over $200 a year, which is crazy in itself anyway. At least at my size, because I'm still so small, right? Um, and then being able to get it cut up, which is going to take me probably the rest of this week to do. But I got something I thought was pretty funny. At one point during the stream, we did a prayer to the gods of assembly because I was so exhausted. Thus the name, Brother Exhaust Us, thus Burnout Brush, right? And we did a prayer to the gods of assembly for the Orc War Chief, which I have on my desk here. This guy, because he has a full resin kit. So he's one of the ones I got at random in my mystery box, and he's assembled, but he's not primed yet. And he was a pain in the ass to put together. And basically, I sliced my thumb open on him. The glue didn't want to stick because it's resin, so even Cyracolite, like it will stick, but it needs a little bit of coercion. And it was a whole thing. So, we did get there in the end, but it was just, oh my god, one thing after another. Um, and like I said, I'm just super excited to do another stream. Not just because one stream went well, I mean, that was awesome, but because I just get to do all the crazy things. Like these streams are normally pretty chill, and we normally just hang out and paint, and we're good for just keeping things going and keeping our sanity together. But every now and then, your boy likes to let his inner gremlin out. Okay, I think that's good for the gold. The only other thing I could do for the gold here is he's got a little weapon. I'm just gonna paint the trim on gold, and then we'll come back and paint it brown, and then we might do gold over top of it again. And he's got a couple little things here and there. And then he's got that little belt buckle. Ooh, I just noticed I got some gold in some areas down there. So we're just going to be careful and clean that stuff up. You know, it's sort of funny. I told people about the stream Sunday after the fact, and some people went, "How are you still sane?" And I went, "Well, I was never sane to begin with, you know." But uh, but the reality is just I don't know. It's just a great community, right? It really helps when like the people that are watching are just really sweet. And I don't mean sweet like, oh, they're sweet. I mean like they're actually really helpful, really nice. Like people were concerned that I was like going to be burned out, and they were right to be concerned. But uh, you know, I kind of understand when my burnout button is. Sometimes, sometimes I don't. Sometimes I just go and go and go until there's nothing left. Man, this camera keeps fading down. Excuse me. There we go. Gold looks pretty good. Oh, you know what? I missed a whole front for the gold. And that's why we do the secondary check. I remember you saying that you were looking for more Chaos Space Marine painting. Are you painting Chaos Space Marines right now? Is that why? When you're not at work, I mean. I've been collecting CSM on and off since the 90s. Wow! Back on right now, paying mostly word bearers. Nice! Man, since the 90s, holy crap. See, I've started just the last 2 years. Um, my brother, he's a little younger than I am. He was down at the local Warhammer store, and I kind of like turned my nose up at Warhammer for a long time because, you know, it can be expensive, and it's one of those things where I didn't have the time or the want to learn how to play. Um, but you know, people in the space are they're really nice, right? So I finally said, "Fuck it," and I bought a starter pack, $25 starter pack that comes with a Space Marine and a Tyranid. And I bit the bullet, and that was what started my addiction into this stuff. um, and I love painting these. Like I didn't realize how much I would love painting these, but I love painting them. Um, like a lot of hobbies, it's all about finding a good community to do it. Exactly. And around where I am, there's no exception to that. Like, it is just a phenomenal community around here. My local Warhammer store, the guy that runs it is just an awesome, awesome, awesome dude. Like, he came from, I don't want to give too much of his details away just in case, but he came from Ontario. And up there, I guess, like, you know, like the community up there is good, but there can be people who are just whatever, right? You know, sometimes they're great and sometimes they're not. And he came down to my province because he wanted to just relax. I mean, my province is it's a lot cheaper to live here than it is in Ontario, obviously. Um, And so he came down and he told Games Workshop basically, I'm moving here whether you want me to or not. If you want me to keep working for you, doing whatever it is you need me to do, I've got to, like, you got to start a store down there because he's one of those store fixers. Like he goes in and helps the store that's could use a little fixing. You know what I mean? Stores that maybe aren't performing the best or maybe need some additional help with whatever it is they're doing. I can't go too far into details, but basically what I mean is like any store that might be underperforming or a store that might not have the best staff, sort of thing. He goes in and he fixes things. And I used to be like that for KFC as well. A little backstory on me is I used to be like that for KFC. But with Games Workshop, you're all over the place, right? And so he brought it down here, and it turned out that there was a community here for it. There wasn't a lot of people that played it here, but there was a want for it. There was people who did play it here, but it was like you couldn't get the models, and people didn't really know that you could even order them online until he brought basically all of Games Workshop here. This Corvus Black, I need Abaddon Black. Again, I played out of the local GW for a few years and became friends with the manager. You know, goes around doing openings and trainings. That's awesome, dude. Like, the openings are really fun. And the trainings are really nice too. I love playing this game. Like, I've yet to play 40k. I usually play Age of Sigmar. I just got done, actually, we just got done our league not too long ago. Uh, and I placed dead last, but I learned how to play, and that was the main thing. Because it's a lot like 40k, I guess. Um, sorry, I'm hyper focused on the black here and the gold. It can take a lot to get some of those people on board to like want to participate in terms of stores. I think people have this perception that they're going to go work for Games Workshop, get a pretty decent like income, and be able to buy all the minis they want. But like I was told, like basically he earns enough to keep his hobby going by just working for Games Workshop. Like he doesn't really get a discount. And I said, "Oh, that sucks." And he said, "No, well, nature of the way things go with this company." Um, I think they should have a better discount. I mean, if you're working for the store or working for the company in general, they should give you a better discount. You used to get 50%. Oh my god, that would be an awesome discount. I could see why. Maybe they still get that discount, but they keep it very hush hush, and I could see that, right? Like I could see them being like, if I don't want to let it get around, that I get like 50% off in this hobby, because a combat patrol becomes like $100, right? Like that's crazy good for a deal. All I'm learning is that clearly I need to be better friends with the store manager. So hey man, you know how that combat patrol's like $200, right? Well, you know how we're friends. No, I would never ask that of anybody. That's crazy. Well, it's not crazy, but it's not how I work. I always pay full price. I don't know why. I'm just weird. Wouldn't surprise me if people started supplementing their income with resale. That wouldn't surprise me at all. New in box and then supplement on like eBay. I could see that. And I'm sure there are some stores where some of the managers do that. At my local GameStop, there used to be a manager. Um, his name is Paul. I can say that because he no longer works there and he hasn't worked there in many, many, many years. And Paul, when he worked there, would take product that was like collectibles and stuff, and he would wait for like because they were doing $5 Fridays back then or discounts, right? He would set it aside, and that was the key is he would set it aside, and then when it went on sale, he would buy it really cheap with his discount. So he's paying like maybe an eighth of what it would cost. And we're talking collectibles, right? We're talking like collector's editions. You'd buy them at super deep discounts and then resell them either on Facebook Marketplace or online in like super, super scummy. But it was always stuff that like stuff that didn't sell or stuff that like he thought was going to sell, but just um, if he couldn't sell at a full price, he would sell himself, which I don't agree with. Like I feel like that's illegal, or at least should be illegal. I mean, technically, there's nothing illegal about it, but just scummy. I'm gonna paint the Eye of Horus here. One sec. There we go. That didn't work out. One second, I need my lamp here. But it wouldn't surprise me, like I said, if people are still doing that. I think that's one of the things that this guy does when he fixes up a store is he cuts out anything crazy like that. I mean, obviously that kind of thing is like bad for business because it stops people from being able to actually buy the product that they want to play with. Just clean up some of my details real quick, just so I can see them with the overhead here. There we go. Sorry about that. I had to get some light in there. And then my overhead has a magnifying glass in it, so I can actually see what it is I'm painting. Most times I just do it by eye. There we go. That gold looks pretty good. I'm quite content with that. Maybe a little bit more. Although I think my brush is drying out just a hair. There we go. Okay, so what's next on our plate? Looks like there's a little OSL inside the eyes here and stuff. So we could do some of that. I want to do some gray though, for like hoses and a couple other things, and like the gun and stuff. So we're gonna do that. We're gonna do some gray. I want to move over to not necessarily just gray, but iron hands, I think, or yeah, iron hands. It's that or lead belcher, and iron hands seems to be the right kind of silver that I'm aiming for. When it's not chunky, I should say. I've got to get one of those vortex shakers. Okay. Let's see here. Paint my gun. Iron hands. There's the gun down. And we've got vent hoses up here to paint. I think he's only got the one set of vent hoses as well. These guys, I think I'm going to keep. I'm torn with how I'm going to do the armor on them. And what I mean by that is there is like the default box art, which is cool. But there's nothing stopping me from doing like a chapter sign on the shoulder pads. I saw this really cool video on the weekend that kind of irked me in a couple different directions, and I got really interested in it. Um, and it was the double pendulum. So a double pendulum swings kind of in one direction, and the pendulum beneath it swings in any direction. Uh, and so it's like the true mark of like chaos because there's no potential for like reverberance or anything or variance. So I've just been super interested in that idea, and I thought like if I was going to do like a chapter marking, it'd be like a line with a circle and then another line off to the side with another circle, and then I wouldn't have to be perfect where it went because it would just be this like everywhere kind of thing. So we have another ad starting here in about 4 minutes, just as a heads up. Just painting some of his details here with the arm hands, and then painting some of the little lines to hold it in. I'll do lead belcher on the staff because it's quite old. The thing I find funny about Chaos Space Marines, the more I look into them and the more I paint them, is that they seem extremely similar, both in like production and like the look in general, to Slaves of Darkness for AOS. Like almost one for one. I think that's why I'm so drawn to them, is because they're so similar. Because I paint and play Slaves to Darkness, so that looks good there. Okay, I'm gonna grab some lead belcher here. I can find it in my list here. Put this up here. Iron Warriors, that's good enough. It's not quite as bright, but it's still good for what I'm going to use it for. Ooh, it is really chunky. Or maybe it's just dark and I just didn't realize it. I'm going to use this little tool that the commissar bought me here, the wife, just to hold open my Iron Warriors. Or, sorry, not Iron Warriors. This is Iron. Yeah, no, it is Iron Warriors. My mistake. Iron Warriors, Iron Hands. Lots of iron. Alright, we got an ad coming up here in 2 minutes. And try and paint the staff here. I'm gonna speed run the staff while we're getting close to the ad. I'm gonna try and beat the ad. Yeah, a minute. I can do it. I can do it. Believe in me. 60 seconds. Yes, chef. Okay, we got the bottom half done. 40 seconds. Yo! And just this part up here is what's left. More. Come on. Come on, come on. 30 seconds. Oh, I'm on the clock here. Oh, shit. 12 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pencils down. Okay. Now, why does it say ad starting soon? That's interesting. Am I crazy? Did it just blow through an ad? Sweet. If it did, all the better. We're just gonna keep going then. Fuck yeah. Haven't seen an ad yet? Right on. Hey, if you haven't seen an ad yet, man, I'm okay with that. I'm in two camps right now. On the one hand, I hate ads because I just think they take away from the stream and they take away from like what we're doing for attention and everything here and trying to get stuff going. Pre-roll ads are disabled for 33 minutes. Nice. Movie. Let's see. Mobile can be weird at times though. Mobile. Oh, mobile. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, maybe you just don't have ads. That'd be cool. Um, yeah. I don't much care for ads. I think they take away from the view of the stream, but they're sort of a necessary evil for what I'm doing. In part because I have to pay for the minis. Um, and really, right now I'm just working through backlog. So I mean, I'm not paying for minis yet, but it will be in the future. Oh no! Oh, no. Oh gosh, ads really do support the channel though. I can't be too mad at them. They help pay the bills, as it were. Well, that staff's looking pretty good. It's dark, which is what I'm aiming for. And they'll add a little gold trim at the bottom there. I don't think I have any more spots that need kind of dark color. Oh, you know what? There is. Because there's some little hose in the back. Hey, welcome back. It's funny, it said on my end, it said ads will be playing in 5 minutes, and I went, okay. And that's where I started trying to give you the heads up on it, and all of a sudden it was like, no ads. And I was like, what the fuck is going on? And then just out of the blue, yep, here's some ads. And I was like, what the fuck is happening? It's Twitch being Twitch, doing Twitch stuff because they're Twitch. I'm trying to keep the amount of ads as low as I can. Um, but they're auto done. And that's the problem once you get into it. Hey, Simple Dots, how's it going? Glad to see you here on a Friday. Sorry, it's Tuesday? Oh my god, it's Tuesday. Jesus. I almost said it was Friday. You know what happened is that we did that work stream on Friday, and my brain went out the fucking window. Oh man, what a time. What a good stream, though. I need a ball of red. Or flesh tears red. Flesh tears red's good. Now, Simple Dots, I'm going to ask you a weird question. Were you watching the stream the whole time that we were doing that orc stream? Because I saw the view count and it was pretty good for that stream. And I know you're 4 hours ahead, so I just went, oh, I hope he got some sleep that night. Tab, I hope you get some sleep too. Definitely. Because I saw you pop in layer and just go, oh my god, he's still here. Got a flu on Friday. It was just as stunning on the Friday stream. So I was outed. That's too bad, man. Getting the flu sucks. Oh, I need. I can use my. Base brush. No, I'll use my STC brush. I was headed to bed when I popped in, just checking in on Lark. Nice. I just remember you popping in, and the commissar and I had a little giggle about it later because we went, "Oh my god, people are like confused. I'm still going." And I said, "Well, the channel is Burnout Brush." Go till I get burnout. That's kind of the goal at this point. It was go because I had burnout, and now it's go until I get burnout again. Self-fulfilling destiny, right? You know what that is? That's my IT brain still trying to control everything and going. We ball. We go until there's no more to go. I'll claim that goal. Went from peaking on Friday to over 38 degrees Celsius during the weekend. Oh my god! 38 degrees Celsius. Jesus. That's insane. Holy shit. Yeah, you were by no means well. That is sick, dude. Oh my god. I hope you didn't get it from the donuts on Thursday. Little iron hands here just to clean up just the space around the where these two pieces connect. Just a common flu. Okay. That's why I got this yuck from. Tab, are you not feeling well either? Everyone around me ate the same, so it's not that. Okay. I was gonna say if it's one, then it's all right. Especially if it's the donuts. It's sort of funny. I got up that Sunday, or not Sunday. Jesus, I got up that Saturday, and I was like, I felt fantastic. The commissar. If you're not Polish, you're not prepared. Yeah, that's fair. Polish are prepared for everything, man. It's the weather. It really is. I the commissar stayed up all night because she was like being super supportive, but also like chilling out and just watching the stream too. Because she thought it was hilarious. Um, she loves. I hate to say this, but she loves a little Schadenfreude. She loves seeing me suffer sometimes. I think it's part and parcel for any relationship, though. You love watching your partner suffer a little bit. I mean, you just don't say it out loud. Sometimes, not all the time, but sometimes. Um, Especially when they're doing something crazy like streaming 16 hours at a time. Uh, and yeah, she woke up after me, and she was exhausted. And of course, I'm wandering the house, just excited, going, "I got affiliate! I got affiliate!" And she just goes, "That's great." Trying to go back to sleep. Affiliate's a big step for this channel too, because what is this? What are we posting? A guy in Poland, his house by burning 133 donuts is still claiming they have nearly the same energy value as wood pellets, just much cheaper. It's true. Um, it's relatively true, because the amount of sugar in donuts would be very similar in energy value. Um, Although I would expect that they'd be more expensive than wood. But maybe I don't know the price of donuts in in Poland. See, in Canada, donuts are not cheap. I think if I went to my Tim Hortons today and went down there and bought donuts, I could buy a donut for $1 with a coffee, which is a fantastic deal. Because normally, oh, I don't want the flesh toast red. I want a flat red. The donut was around, oh my god, fractions of a penny. Holy shit. If I went to go to Tim Hortons today, under a nickel. Oh my god, that's half a penny, dude. That's crazy. Just clean up the red on his cloak because I got some gold on it. It's a good time to start pulling up the reds anyway, because we're gonna have to do some just some OSL. The less red. There we go. Just feather it in. And it's a little much, so we're just gonna take a little water and just feather it just at the edges. Just so they look even. It's a good way to hide it. Cheaper than wood pellets. Yeah, absolutely. Holy shit. I yeah. What would Tim Hortons donut be? Give me a second here. I'll get you a price. Just so you understand how much more expensive it is here. Tim Hortons menu. Um, let's see. Menu with prices. Yep, Canada English. Accept all. Choose location. I won't say it out loud, but it's near me. Uh, Kilometer, 0.1 kilometers away. Let's see here. Not hot drinks, not cold drinks. Merchandise, baked goods. Here we go. Bagels, donuts. Okay, so one donut is $1.69 Canadian, which to USD is $1.24. That's that's crazy, and you're paying 0.0005. So under a penny, while I'm paying, I don't even know how many times that is. That's 169. That's 338 times the price for a donut. That's crazy. Okay, this guy's looking pretty good so far. So now we have to address some of the other colors here. Like, we've got some more color blocking to do. Like, we could do some brown on these, like, parts of the skulls, just on the straps that are on them, as well as around the strap that's holding all these little trinkets on. And then he's got another little trinket here that I'm going to just paint gold real quick, which I didn't paint enough gold because it is sitting down there. I'll try Liberator Gold. I haven't tried Liberator Gold. But it's only on that day. Oh, normally it's around $2 Canadian. Okay, that makes way more sense. I thought you guys were getting a fantastic deal all the time. I was gonna say it's time for me to move to Poland so I can buy some donuts. Oh god, my weak little cramping arms are having a hard time opening up the mustardy Liberator Gold. Why does it look like this? It's very, very mustardy looking. Okay. Thanks, Games Workshop, for making such a weird gold. It'd ruin the wood pellet industry. It would. It's so funny. I thought for sure that that was like just a meme, but when you say it like that, I mean that sounds real. That sounds like you could do that. So here's a question I have, because clearly there's no short supply of donuts. How 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 does how how do you get so many donuts on that day? Like, is there like a donut store? Is there like a national donut building? Miss the gold just on the tops of these horns here. I'm just gonna paint them real quick. Because in Canada, we've a couple different places you can buy donuts. Um, Although it's normally just Tim Hortons. And I know in the states they've got like Dunkin' Donuts and Robin's Donuts and um, uh, Krispy Kreme and uh, like a ton of donut places. Like any little coffee shop is going to sell donuts, right? Literally every bakery and supermarket. That's fair. So they just all agree that their price is going to be like under a penny. That's wild. And somebody could get donuts for free. For free? For free? Free donuts. Like, you don't pay for them? Like, they just hand you a box of donuts? Is there a limit? I think this guy's looking pretty good so far. Um, like, as addition, oh, like you go buy like a box of oranges or something, and they're like, "Here's some donuts." Okay, we're gonna do flames. Exactly. Okay. Could you buy donuts and then they'll give you free donuts? I think we're gonna do the straps on the thing here, just because it can use a really dark brown for that. Although on the paperwork it's showing, oh, let's follow the paperwork real quick. We use pallid white flesh, maybe, because you could theoretically double up your donut game by buying donuts and getting free donuts on top of it. Especially if you bought the donuts on sale. So if you bought sale donuts and then get free donuts because you were buying donuts, for sure there were deals that were like get 12 and get 12 free. Oh shit. That's awesome. Also get those deals for beer. Jesus. So you're telling me in Poland you can just get like beer and donuts on just like a regular, and like on the odd day be like, here's a discount on beer, here's a discount on donuts. Go have fun, figure it out. Because maybe I'm jealous now. Using some pal wedge flesh just to paint kind of the back portions here in the scroll. Kind of, yeah. Damn. There's this meme about Canada that's in some countries you work or starve, and in Canada you work and starve. For donuts is rare except for Fat Thursday. Damn. So I'm wondering if like maybe I gotta move to Poland now. I gotta get some. Gotta get my groceries from there. Paint this feather a little bit. Tab, I think we're living in the wrong countries. We gotta move to Poland. I think I want to do a little shade work here just to break up the monotony of doing all the color blocking. Using the old Agrix Earth Shade, the smaller guy. Just throw some on top of my gold here. Just to make my gold look a lot older. We're a tolerant nation if you go by our rules. That's fair. Canada is very tolerant, I find. Not to get political, but we can be tolerant of things that we're not sure how to deal with yet. And then eventually we figure out how to deal with it. It just takes a while. That depends on the circumstance, too. Not everything gets by. Just putting some Agrix Earth Shade over top of the gold here. Just to darken it down a little. But do you think you guys could tolerate a Canadian Astartes rolling in and buying his body weight in donuts? Well, I watched some stuff that's happening in Canada, US. Can't wrap my head around it. Yeah, I mean, I can't either. I uh, I just live with it at this point. I mean, there's not much we can do in either direction. So you know, that's life though. Life's not meant to be sensible or reasonable or fair. I'm more focused on my local politics than anything. They started building these bike lanes, and I'm not against bikes or bikes lanes, but like some of the places they put bike lanes are just they don't make sense. Like they put some on a bridge, and they had to cut out a whole lane of traffic to do it, and I just can't wrap my head around it because it cost them a couple $1 million to do it, and then they didn't plow it in the wintertime. So I just don't understand what the point with bike lane was if they weren't going to do something with it. Like, why bother putting it if you're not going to maintain it? And that's pretty much the whole of what drove me crazy about it. And like I said, I've got no problem with bike lanes. I got no problem with bikes. Like, you guys want to drive them or have them on the road? Absolutely. Like, I've got no problem sharing the road. But when the investment doesn't make any sense, I kind of start to question what it is the investment was meant towards. I live in a province that's very touristy heavy, so I think that was the intent. Um, at least I'm hoping that was the intent, is to make it more touristy, tourist inviting, which could be the case. Let's see here. A little bit more Earthshade just up in the back here. Install bike lane. Make space and usable for everyone through the winter. Yeah. That was kind of the synopsis of it. Also, Commissar, welcome to the stream. You're just in time for an ad that starts in 5 minutes. Uh, okay. So that made my gold look really old. Gold old, old gold, gold old. Jesus Christ. I'm not winning. I'm just not. I'm not winning on words today. Sorry, guys. My brain is fried. I blame doing a 16-hour stream, not a 19-hour stream, but a 16-hour stream. Hydrate. Thank you. How many channel points did that cost to hydrate? 100 brain cells. Oh yeah, fun fact, you can redeem brain cells now. We have an ad starting in 4 minutes. So let's take this opportunity here to just talk about what we're doing. I'm taking some brown. I'm going to put it all along these lines that are built for the skulls to hold them in place, just so they look like they're part of the model. Try and get this on screen here. I'm going to put OBS on screen here so I can see it. There we go. So those little skulls, the little lines on there, just to put on. We're going to paint them brown. We just finished putting some Agrix Earthshade on this. So after we get the brown on, we're going to talk about maybe doing the OSL on the fire next. I think I'll do the fire and then do the OSL over top of it. I think that'll be the way to go. So I'm going to speed run this brown now because it's, if I can find my brown. Here it is, run oxide. Because this stream is going to have an ad in 3 minutes flat. So it should only be like a minute ad if I'm lucky. Grab my base brush. Throw some on the wet palette. Pull, 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 pull. Pull off here. And then we're just going to just be careful. And then just gently. Gently, carefully. Take some more off my brush because it's just a little too much there. Why am I struggling so much with the brown today? What did I do wrong? that too much on my brush? Maybe. Into a point. There we go. What the frig? $30. Oh, I'm not gonna make it. 20 seconds. Oh man. Trying to paint the brown before the ad kicks in 10 seconds. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Oh, 3, 2, 1. Pencils down. Oh, it says ad starting soon. Give it a second, it'll pop in about 12 seconds here, maybe 10. It's kind of funny. I'm still learning how the ad system works. I think I still have a second here. Okay, that looks pretty good. Those skulls look pretty good. Oh, I don't see any ad running. That's weird. Unless it's just pre-roll ads that all we're talking about. Huh, I don't know. How is it that I can say ads, like pre-roll ads, and then suddenly it just disappears? There we go. Sorry about that, guys. Um, I know I keep going on about the ads, and I don't want to, like, this will be the last time I mention it, but sort of the mini advantage there is that I'm kind of forced to take like a few seconds to go use the bathroom or like get something to drink or something to snack on. I kind of don't hate them at this point. As much as I hate to admit that. Opportunity just to breathe for a second there. It's sort of like when you know how when you're playing a game or whatever, and it's like, hey, take a break. Like, you've been playing for like 2 hours, and it's like, go away. Let me suffer. The kind of person that I am. It looks like the handle here is going to be brown as well. So I'm just going to use the rest of my brown. Gosh, this color palette is very brown, like very dark. I mean, they're Chaos Space Marines, so I get it, but like, damn. Okay. It's not really popping just yet. Once I put some Nuln Oil and some Agrix Earthshade over some more of it, it'll pop out. Some more brown up here I could be doing. So grab some more of that and then just put that into those spaces. It's sort of funny. I started painting these Chaos Space Marines, and then Red Corsairs dropped, and I looked at them and I went, "Well, fuck. Am I supposed to do them too? Like, am I going to do them?" And I don't know if I'm going to. um, I think I'm going to paint these guys just the way they are, and then I'm going to try and get my hands on the Red Corsairs information and see how they play. Those Red Corsairs are cool. Oh my god, they look so badass. But still waiting for the release of Iron Warriors. Yes. The some of those minis that they've got for Iron Warriors, like the new, I don't remember what he's called now, but the big dude, just so like it's almost like a Primarch. I forget what the term was for him. He's like a general. Defiler, yes, thank you. I'm excited for that Defiler. I'm also really excited for the Adeptus Mechanicus. Like the new sculpts for them are so sick. Again, I love the idea of spider bots. I think they're just so cool. Actually, one thing I've been thinking about lately a lot is uh, there's this guy on YouTube and on Twitch, Paul is bad at stuff, and he talked about something that really hit me hard. But the Skitari looks too bulky, in my opinion. Skitari, let me take a look at Archmages. It's cool. Yes. Skitari. Skitari. You know, um, I don't mind the Skitari. It, what is the name of, oh god. I gotta go look up Warhammer.com now. There was a mini for the Dark Gods. This year is going to be very chaos heavy, I feel. Let's see. It was 40k. It was Armies of the Imperium. Looked up to Mechanicus. I suppose I could show you what I'm looking at here. Display capture. There we go. Looked up to Mechanicus. So there's this Scatros and the Skitari Rangers, and I kind of like the Skitari. Just they're a lot closer to the ground than this guy who's just got these massive legs. And whatever this thing is, what is this thing that's dangling beneath him? Like, what is this? And why does it have like an exhaust tube? Is that where is it connected to on him? You know what I mean? Like, if he's here, right? I mean, obviously he's mechanical. He's got like mechanical legs and mechanical everything here. What is this vent connected to? It can't be his spine, right? Is that his fart tube? Man, gotta shit those somehow. Fartos. It's his exhaust, yeah. Man's got a fart. What can you say? Man's got a fart. I always thought that was weird when I looked at, and I was like, why would what did Games Workshop mean by that? You know, what were they trying to sell narratively? What was their narrative meaning for that? Like he's a sniper, and he's like in the air. Like, is he supposed to fart on the ground? Like, what? Why couldn't he fart in the air? Someone at GW has a kink. Oh God. And you know what? That should be. You know what? You can have custom rules. That's one thing they're introducing this year, I believe. I saw somewhere was that they're introducing like custom character things. Um, and if I can't have my fart hose be a weapon, I don't want it. You know? All right, I gotta do something with these feathers because they're just kind of hanging out. I don't really want the feathers to be blue, um, and they don't really have any sculpt details for the feathers here. I'm gonna check their official website. I'm gonna check their official website, and Skishari look good. I meant Hastari, the new ones. Oh, Hastari. Let me take a look at this. Oh, Jesus. They almost look like Iron Warriors. If you, like, were adept at... Here. They almost look like Iron Warriors with Adeptus Mechanicus. Like, they're... Actually, you know what they remind me of? Is they looks like they've got Blood Bolt armor on. Like, they look like football players with big guns. Although I do like the leg sculpts. Those are pretty sweet. They're, like, right on the edge of Necrons, too. Like, they're so close to being Necrons. Or Orcs. You push them in the right direction and they'll be there. Okay. I was painting the feathers. Oh, right. I was going to look up the... Hold on. Games Workshop. What do you got? So I'm painting Chaos Space Marines. Oh, God. I'm zoomed in all the way. 40k. Armies of Chaos. New Chaos Space Marines. Oof. There's, of course, there's Battle Box. 310. Jesus. See if I can find... Oh, here we go. Rotate. Okay, the feathers are black. Huh. Also, I love the way they do this fire. I think I'm gonna have to clone some of that. Because it seems like the skulls are flaming. Yeah, we're gonna do something similar to that. Cool. So I'm gonna take a quick little screenshotty here. We're gonna open MS Paint. And we're just gonna pop this guy over here. And save as on this PC somewhere. Desktop, streaming assets, new folder, references. References? References. I don't care if it's called untitled. And then we're just gonna boop. And then this, and then browse. And then I'll go to my desktop, go to streaming assets, and go to references, and then go to this guy. Pop that over there. Oop. Allow it to be on stream. There we go. Okay. The one time GW came in super clutch. So grab my black, and these have to be blackened. So we're going to start by painting them Abaddon black, and then we'll do Corvus black over top of them just to brighten them up. Doing just a very thin coat first. Just a single coat of Abaddon black. Just because I don't want them to be too dark. I don't want to be default black. Looks like I missed a little piece of jewelry in the back here. We'll clean it up too. When we get back to the silver cleanup stage. I thought it was weird that this thing had feathers. I mean, he's going into battle with them. But he's also a priest too, so I guess that kind of makes sense. Or he's not a priest, he's a general. Or sergeant. I gotta learn what these things are. There we go. Well, I just saw another feather. I can't believe I missed that one before. A little bit more black in there. There, the feathers are blacked out. Need to really fast finish all my models and start collecting again. Need to get into HH characters that also HH. HH. What are HH characters? Horus Heresy. Okay. Whew. I was gonna say there's a Kanye West album that has those two letters. Um, yes, Horus Heresy. I've been looking at Horus Heresy, and I've been super interested in the what are they called? The Saturnine Dreadnoughts, like this one, Argol Tal, the Crimson Lord. That's an awesome sounding name, dude. Oh, Corrupted Half Demon High Commander, dude. Oh fuck, the Horus Heresy stuff's really cool. Burned too many times on GW Resin, yeah. I'm so, I love it. It reminds me of my Demon Prince, but like also like a Chaos Possessed, like somewhere in between the two of them. I kind of really love it. Oh, it's so sick. Okay, my feathers are blacked out, so let's grab a blue. Ooh, Night Lord blue. Haven't used that yet. I've got Incubite Darkness too, and Thunderhawk blue. Let's try Night Lord blue. I can't believe I haven't used that yet. It's a base color. I just want to see what it looks like. Ugh, come on, there we go. Dude, that's a base? What? Hold on, I gotta shake that more. That's crazy. I ain't got a chance to even touch DGBers, and what comes with it? Is it that bad? Like, I wanted to get the Forge World stuff when it was available. Dude, that is such... How have I not used Night Lord Blue? Look at this color. Holy shit. Grab some Nightlord blue here. Just outline these feathers just a little bit. Oh, you know what? I didn't use the Corvus Black. I was going to. It's fine. We're allowed to deviate from the plan a little bit every now and then. It's so hard to see these color differences. Like, they almost look completely identical. This is crazy. Look like there's character minis and showcase them in front of books. That would be cool. In the Primarchs, of course. Maybe. Ooh, you know what would be cool? Is we could do something like that on stream. We could grab a Horus Heresy book cover and paint one of the minis like it sometime. That might be kind of cool. Take some Thunderhawk blue here, just because it's kind of the highlight. I need to shake it up more. GW paints like to settle really easily. There we go. It's much brighter blue. Just grab a little here. Just pull some back onto the paperwork here. A little bit more pull off of it, just so it's not so chunky. Just because we're highlighting. Just a little bit. Just putting out just on the edges here. Just the extra work you have to do with gap filling, warping. If it's a bad pour, the bubbles this area. Seems more things need to get pinned to get them all in ready to use shape compared to the ease most other plastics. It's true. I was in the Warhammer store one day, my local Warhammer store, and someone had brought in not a psychophage. It was one of the bigger Tyranid models. See if I can find it real quick. Whole different beast working with resin. It really, as someone who's touched a little bit of resin, is definitely a totally different beast. Because you do a lot of cleaning, like a lot of cleaning. It's been like a week with that to get it perfect. It is a pain in the butt. Let me see if we can find it here. It was it was a Xenos army. Sorry, and it was the Tyranids. And if I can find it here, I gotta sort by filters, resin. This is what he was spilling, was the Hierophant Biotitan. And my local GW, it almost looks like a mantis. It looks so sick though. It looks so badass. Anyway, they were pinning it. And like they were trying to clean up all the little like resin bits that were along the spine. And it was just like a mess. Like they were trying to pin the legs on, the arms, and basically have to paint in sub-assemblies for this sort of thing. It's massive. And the hardest part is that because the head's elevated, like if you want to play against this thing, you have to know where the feet are and kind of assume like a round base for it. Because there's no, like, even they show like a a shadow here. There's no definite like here's where this thing is or here's where this thing isn't. And so I can't imagine like having to work with that sort of like having to work with that sort of what do you call it there resin, and it was like a vinyl resin almost. It can't. It really can't. You have to almost get like a 40 millimeter base beneath it, and then use like their clear hook base things, and then like attach it to it. It's so big. I just remember them building it in the store, and the store manager like trying to help the guy out. And it was just like even he was like, "We need to like cut holes." Clean up some of my overpaint here, just on the using the Thunderhawk blue just for the edge highlight here. I think that's the trick here is overpaint it and then use a little water to pull it back. Just so it finds its way into the recesses. Just because these feathers are so small. We're gonna have another ad break here in about 4.5 minutes. Can't reinforce the joints with metal tools. You can. That's where people do like pinning and stuff. I'm gonna just borrow my light here real quick. You could totally use metal pins, and that's what the store manager ended up using. Was he had some like leftover like glue pins, and so he used some of them because it was like the best thing that they had that was like considered metal that would hold it together. I'm really glad that like the people who work for Games Workshop are like they're not really interested in uh sucking up to Games Workshop. I mean some probably are, but like for the most part they're all like it's a hobby. Like we understand it's not a like Games Workshop does what they want to sort of thing. And so it's just people who understand either how the plastic works or like how to make stuff go. There we go. And again, I keep referencing the guy at my oh, didn't understand first, sorry. Um so he was using you know how I use that Citadel glue, how it's got that long metal pin? He uses that to create the pinholes. So he'll take a little bit of paint, put it on the end, push it in until it makes the hole or makes the imprint. Then he'll use a power drill to drill into it. But I'm glad that my local game store, like a lot of the people who work for for Games Workshop, even they know that Games Workshop just builds things the way they want them to, and they don't necessarily understand how hard it's going to be to assemble. So they they 3D print it first to see what it looks like, and if it looks cool, then they make it, and then it's up to you to build it. So people who work for Games Workshop aren't just going around and going, "Oh, it's the greatest thing in the world. You should know how to do this," sort of thing. They're like, "Yeah, it sucks. We know it's hard. Here's how we do it," and then they help try and fix it up and get you going with it. That's what I mean. Is I'm just glad that like the people who work for Games Workshop, in most, if not all cases, but in most cases, are pretty understanding and not like trying to suck up to Games Workshop. Sorry, I got a little focused on the blue here. Just trying to get this blue onto the feathers. Gosh, I don't know why I'm struggling so much with this blue on black today. I don't normally. You know what? It's probably the weekend coming back and biting me. go. Just a little bit more blue down the spine here. With just this feather. Normally my edge highlighting isn't this bad. But today, it's decided to make an exception. A very rare exception, but an exception. There's one resin kit I've always wanted to build from GW, but having seen people work with it, and seen people work with the rest of the resin, I'm terrified of. Um, I've always wanted to work with the, oh gosh, what's it called? The Warlord Titan. But it seems like that thing is almost never in stock. And it's like $3,000, so it's even crazier. And the disadvantage to a Warlord Titan is you gotta find someone to want to play it. And we're back now? We're back now. Okay, good. Whew, sorry about that, guys. Let's see here. Simple Dot says that the Warlord Titan is available in his country, so give me a second here. Warlord Titan is it available. I see the Titan body. That's about it. Everything else is reverse. Oh, I see this Warlord Titan. It's Legion Imperialis. See, this one is the smaller one. I'm talking about the big guy. This is the guy that I want. He's massive. But if it's available in Poland, let me see here. Ba, 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 da, ba. What am I looking here for? Poland. English. Yeah, it looks like it's pretty universal that it's basically sold out. Although I like the Etrog Power Claw, that's cool. Fuck, not Canada, French. Moi je ne peux parler en français. There we go. English. Here we go. No one liked Legion Imperials. I missed it. I missed it. What? Someone must have bought it already then. Damn. Damn, 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 damn. Mars pattern Warlord Titan body. Here we go. Yes, that's what I was looking at. So that's available. Okay, you've got to guys have it available, and I think we had that one available as well. Oh, we had it available. Now it's gone. But you guys have it available. Let's see. Uh, 6.9 thousand PLN to CAD. Comes out to what? $2,600. 26 $2,662.69 Canadian. Jesus. Oh yeah, they ship from the central. Well, I don't know because they have different inventory for different locations. So I don't know. I'd like to say that they ship international, but it's like also I don't have the $2,000. If I did, if I had the $2,000, I can't lie. I'd probably upgrade the camera equipment here, so we're not just having to watch me with this thing on stream. Um, but uh, Warlord Titan is super super enticing. I have the 3D print files. I can't say this out loud, so I'll say this as interestingly as I can. Um, I know somebody who might be able to print the pieces individually, though that's against Games Workshop's TOS to do that. If you know what I mean. Um, and I don't see a reason why we would be unable to paint one of them on stream. In full honesty, I mean, there's nothing saying I couldn't paint one of those on stream. It's just I couldn't say it was a GW model, but I could say it's a GW adjacent model, as in like the original. Yeah. No, it's someone remodeled it from scratch, and oh no, sorry, my mistake. It's not a Warlord Titan. I'm mistaken. I'm very sorry. What it is it's a Imperator class Titan. Just using a little Fenrisian gray here just to tighten up the blues. Just a little bit more visible. Some highlights, basically. Really clean highlights. The Walking Cathedral, you are 100% correct. It's massive. And I need to do it? Yes. And you know, Commissar, filament's getting cheaper now. It's like $20. I saw it for 18, 2 packs for 36. And we can print things now, so you know. I might I might have to I might have to think about asking that person to make that a reality so that we could print it on stream. I looked at slicing it, and I'm on my desktop computer now. Stretch, fine. Oh, I was gonna hear I just cracked my solar plexus. Fuck. Stretch my hand. There we go. How'd you know I was slouching? You just know? suppose you live together so long and you start to learn. Have you had any water today? Have you stretched? I was too comfortable. That's not fair. Have you eaten today? No. Actually, these feathers are turning out a lot nicer now. I'm super, super glad these are finally coming together. I ate today. Yeah, the feathers are turning out really nice. Yeah, I think if I printed, sorry, I think if that person printed a Imperator class Titan, the commissar might not be too happy because the the power bill would be astronomical. It's bad enough that the person I know, who is me, is printing a chaplain helmet. I'm gonna call it there on the feathers before I go too far, because I'll go crazy trying to make them perfect. Okay, now we have to address these flames. I've been kind of. Am I losing it, guys? Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I've been kind of delaying the flames as long as I can because I'm learning how to do flames, and they're still kind of new to me. Um, and I don't know. I think one of the first things I want to do before I get into the flames, actually, is these skulls look nice, but I do like how GW does the black with um, the red to kind of sell that they're on fire, and I think that's what we're gonna try and do. Um, and what I'm gonna do is just take some Screamer Pink, and because I want the skulls to be skulls, we're gonna take some Screamer Pink, and I'm gonna throw this onto the wet palette here next to the Abaddon Black. And we're gonna grab some Abaddon Black, which I had floating right here, and we're just gonna bring them together. Just make them meet in the middle. So a little bit of that, and then Bob Ross it a little bit, so it's just a thin pink black. Just so it looks a little bit like that. Take some off the brush. It's just a one-to-one mix is all it is. And we're just gonna hold around where the flames are gonna go. And right before it dries, we're gonna take a little water, I think, and then just kind of work it together. Just feather it out. A little water. And just feather it. I'm gonna get it a little thinner. Take some off. And just cover the bottom of the skull. Why not? We're in this far. We're just going real thin. And this is just the initial under palette. Or underpaint, rather. It doesn't look like much very much right now. That's because we're just starting the coloring. I'm gonna paint all the skulls like that. All the ones that have fire coming on them, at least. A little bit more of that. And again, we're just keeping our layer super thin. then what we'll do is we get closer to this drawing, we'll throw some a little bit more of that Screamer Pink in there. In hindsight, painting these skulls colored first probably didn't help or hinder, but it was maybe unnecessary. Nice thin shade of it though, it isn't too bad. Oh, I found out something on the weekend I thought was pretty interesting was I was totally mistaken about lamium medium. I was taught initially that lamium medium will help keep your paints wet and thin them out, and it does to a degree, but it turns it into a contrast paint because it's got like a drying medium in it. Much like how regular contrast paints have a drying medium in it. Realizing it's hard to see it when I have it off camera. This almost looks like a Magos purple. Or not Magos, but a Xenos purple. How dark it is. There we go. Just like that. Okay. I'm going to introduce a little bit more Screamer Pink into this. Maybe a lot more Screamer Pink. Just to brighten it up some. There we go. And we're just going to take a little bit off the brush here. And then just maybe a little bit more, because there's just a hair too much on there. I want thin like a glaze. I'm just going to pull it over just where the fire's going to be. Just get it just inside those recesses. Just where the flame meets the skull. I was looking forward to painting the cloak during the weekend, but it's been entirely in bed. Be right back. Okay. See you when you get back. Yeah, that sucks being sick all weekend. I can imagine. Like having the flu on the weekend. Like, give me the flu during the weekday. Give me the flu when I'm supposed to be working so I could take some time to like recoup and get things done. Don't let me get sick on the weekend. That sucks. That's the time you could be spending like getting stuff done or fishing or, painting or chilling out or watching TV. Like, oh, I forgot to paint down here too. Good chance to paint this skull in his hand. Paint this with it. Again, I'm just going real thin with the paint. And we'll introduce a little bit more Screamer Pink into this. Just so it gets brighter. Pull some off. I want it real thin again. I'm just going to put it a little higher this time. Just edge highlight almost. They have a separate to contrast. They have a separate contrast medium. The lime medium I thought was more thinning down your base layer paints for floor glazes. I don't know. Like it seems like they're all kind of similar. Um, but they've got, like I said, the drying agent. I know contrast medium will allow you to glaze. But I've used lamy medium, and maybe I'm just not using them right, and that's entirely possible too. I've used lamy medium as well as contrast medium, and I just haven't seen a difference. If I'm being totally honest, and I'm probably not using them correctly. Is probably what it is. I'm no expert yet. I'm gonna have to learn a little bit more. I'm being totally honest. I'm very throw it on the wet palette and see what sticks kind of a person. thinning into contrast without the drying. Oh, okay. I'm just bringing this up to a red tone. Because this is going on thin, it keeps getting brighter and brighter and brighter. Oh, hopefully I could see the skulls on screen. One sec. Come on, focus. Focus. If I could get something to focus on. There we go. For a second it focused. Focus, damn you. There we go. Oh, for fuck's sakes. I definitely got to get some better camera equipment here. At least the Screamer Pink's starting to come out a little bit. I'm going to grab some red here. I'm going to grab a corn red. Just because I really want to start the reds on the highlights. On the skulls. Take a little bit of that off. And just dabbing it. Just little dabs. Just into where the highlights will be for the heat. It's like around the eyes, or eye sockets rather, on the nose socket, teeth. Mix some of the corn red in with that stuff we were mixing up earlier. Just put a little bit near the base of the skulls. Just at the very, well, not base, sorry, at the very, very top. Just where that flame's starting. Just gets the heat creep. And again, just dabbing it in. Just while it's wet. Cool. And then we still have to paint the flames. Flames are just white. They've all got white hair. They're all older skulls, you know. They've been around for a hot minute. Uriel Yellow is a nice yellow layer. Avalanche Sunset would be good too, but I feel like Uriel Yellow is right there. We have flash kits as well. I'll start with some Uriel Yellow. Maybe. Yeah, because I'm going to end with Dorn as the highlight. So I need a mid-tone yellow. Let's mix a little bit of Uriel with some flash kits. Or sorry, with Dorn. These are both layer paints, so I'm just going to grab my layer brush. Just because I have to have it right in my head. Medium layer brush. And grab some of that Uriel, throw it on the pile here. And it's super bright. Like it's too bright. It's good for like up near the orange, but I want it with some Dorn here. Just to make it a little lighter. Even a little more Dorn than that. There we go. A little more water. There we go. I'm just start slathering it on. Just slathering. What was I said during the Friday thing stream? I think I started saying that Harry Potter was a member of the Slathern, and I just was losing my mind because I just thought it was so fucking funny. That's a pretty good yellow there. And really, it's like a 3-to-1 mix, like 3 parts Dorn, 1 part Uriel yellow. I'm not being super gentle about it, but we can clean stuff up later. As is the way. Trying to be somewhat careful though. Just because I want the color to go all in the flame. I'm sort of letting the thinness of it just kind of hang around. And again, this is why we start with a gray sear underneath as well, is because it helps the brightness come out. I'm just catching the flames wherever they're going to be here. Just slathering it on. And because we're doing like a thin, watered down layer of this yellow, anything I touch by mistake on the sides, like the gold or whatever, it's just going to catch it almost like a reflection. There we go. A little bit more water in there. Pull some off. And then just gently just highlight the edge here. Grab a little bit more. And we're just going to work it into this gray sear, where these colors meet. This yellow may be a little wet still, and that's fine, because he'll start to fade into the other color. We're going to ad break here starting in like a minute or two. End up painting with glazes. I always think, always paint with too thin paint. End up painting with glazes. I end up painting with glazes every now and then by mistake. And sometimes that's okay. Sometimes I feel like I want to get more paint on the model than that. But I'll take a glaze any day of the week, really. As long as it looks somewhat appropriate. I come back here with a little bit of black into this color here, and then just do the bottom. Stipple it into the bottom. Just where it gets some of that yellow. There we go. I like painting with glazes, actually. Well, we're going to be starting with an ad here soon. Just be as I was going to say before I was interrupted by our ad break, um, be prepared for an ad. But it looks like it beat me to it. Adding a little bit of Dorn here near the bottoms. And then I'll bring up with a little bit of Uriel Yellow a little higher up. Just kind of blend them together. Just a touch, just right from the pot. Just while the paint's still kind of wet. So far, this is looking pretty good. Got some work today on the cloak. Need to clean up here and there, but this guy's almost a nice. Post it in the Discord there, man. We'll take a look at that on stream, if that's okay with you. It is sweet. Let me just throw some more Uriel Yellow here on the flames. Then I'm just gonna wash this out a little bit of water. Now we have that Dorn beneath it, the Uriel Yellow. Just trying to paint these flames upwards, which is cool. A little bit of water just to bring it down here. Just so they meet. A little bit more just underneath this part because I just missed it. All right, let's take a look at it. Progress pics. Dude. Look at this cloak. It's so sick. Your red is very flat, which is nice. It's gonna look really good once you get your skin colors over top of it. I noticed what your kind of your aim is like zombie flesh. So I see this having like the almost like the fulcrum pinks and oh don't fall over and like the other pinks that are gonna go on top of this and like some of this like Cadian flesh tones. Those are gonna look really badass. It's gonna look very like gory skin, like it was made of like either his skin or someone else's skin that he's wearing from Mortarion. That's so cool, man. The flayed flesh changed my mind. Oh, okay. Another wrong with changing your mind. God damn it! I keep knocking over paints. Am I drunk? No, I'm very sober. But just my gosh, I keep knocking over these paints. Okay. I need to recondition my medium layer brush because it's starting to bite the bullet. Okay, my yellow layer is looking good. So I'm going to blend in a little bit of, I think, Wild Rider Red. Dead Zombie will go for the skin from Mortarion. Nice. I misunderstood. I thought you were putting on the cloak. I'd use some darker colors for the cloak. That's still cool, though. It still looks sweet. You must be hyped to get it done. Get it painted. I remember when you first started watching the stream, you didn't have a lot of paint on them. And now that you've been here for a minute, you've got a lot of paint on them. It's looking really cool. Putting on a lot of orange here, but I'm not being super gentle about it. So I have to wash it down, bleed it out a little bit. A little bit of water. This is the thing that always pisses me off about doing flames is that I can never quite get the orange to fade into the yellow the way I want to. I always get close, but never close enough. I'm thinking maybe I need like a contrast medium. Well, I started watching the stream, I haven't even primed them then. That's true. I'm not trying to take credit for it, I'm just saying like, you've gotten a lot done. This progress is huge, definitely. And it looks so badass too. Like you've got some really cool ideas going on here. Like I love the idea of the pox mark, like the pox skin, like the zombie skin. That's gonna be really cool. And like a cloak of like dead flesh is really sick too. I'm a big fan of like gory paint. That's weird. It just told me welcome to the chat room. I never left. The hell happened? Did I lose internet? Commissar, we paid the cable bill, right? On time? A little Uriel, oh sorry, flash kits here to sort of blend these two colors together. Best I can at least. Actually, this is doing what I want to do. I think it's because the orange was still wet. I have good pictures in my head, but I want to put on the minis, but don't have the skill for it, so it's undermining a bit, but starting to rise again. That's good. If you can, that's the hardest thing I found as as a mini painter is like getting the thing that's in my head to look real. It's something I tell new painters now, like you're gonna focus on it a lot, and it's gonna destroy you because you want things to look the way that you feel they are. Actually, in my local Warhammer Discord, someone had posted some minis that they had just done, and they're like, I don't know, and I'm like, look, your first minis are never gonna look the way you want them to, right? But you're allowed to come back to them, sort of thing. Um, because the image you have in your head will always be different than where your skill level is at that point in time. But if you don't give up, if you just keep painting, eventually your skill level catches up. And eventually you'll be able to paint the thing that you wanted to the whole time. It just takes practice and patience. And I'm glad that you haven't given up. I'm glad that you're still painting Mortarion and that you've got an idea in your head of what you want to paint, because that's one of the hardest things as a mini painter, is being able to look at something and go, I know what I want to do. I know I still struggle with stuff and I look at it and I go, I don't know what I want to do. Like even this stuff, I'm like, I'm just going to do the box art for now and I'm going to use it as a basis. And when I start to feel the creative juices flowing, then we'll head in that direction. But I use the box art as like my basis for what I want to paint. Like that's how I approached the orcs when we did them on the stream, was because those orcs were terrifying. If I'm being totally honest, like I didn't know how that stream was going to go. I was not in control. Like I seemed like I was, but I was not in control. That stream went every direction. I knew I wanted to paint. Um, I knew I wanted to paint those orcs because they've been sitting there for like a year. Um, and I was looking at them and looking at them and going, "Fuck it, we'll do it. Fuck it, we'll do it. Who cares? Whatever. If I fuck it up, it's an orc. How hard can it be? Yada yada yada." And that was literally my train of thought going into it. Um, and then I had no instructions, and I was like, "Okay, I'm just gonna clip everything." And I did at one point. I just started clipping everything I could get my hands on, and I realized I didn't paint the fire on this guy up here. And that's so I got terrified because I was like, this fits here, and this fits here, and that fits there. Whatever, it fits. Who cares? And I started gluing stuff, and I realized like, if I just keep going, the only person that's going to know it doesn't look right is me halfway through the stream, right? Like if someone joins randomly, they're not going to know or care. So I just kept painting. I started just kept attaching things and gluing them and painting them. Need a lot more water than that. And by the time we got halfway through our Friday stream, I was like, this looks fine. It looks okay, and I didn't question it anymore. And I just rolled with it, and it turned out really good. Like I think our orcs turned out really well. I got looking at them after the stream was done, and I'm like, oh, I forgot to paint this or that. But even at the time, I was like, they don't look that bad. Like they look okay. Uh, and I'm glad I didn't limit myself. I'm glad we did that stream, both because they got painted, but also because there was a lot of stuff in there that I was just fucking around with. Stuff that I didn't think was gonna work. Like when we did the fish scales. Oh, when we did the fucking I don't mean to just swear here, and I'm sorry if I'm just swearing. When we started doing some of the armor plating, like I just was like, I don't know if it's gonna work, but we're gonna do it. And if it doesn't work, then we'll come back to it. I'm just wet blending the Uriel yellow with the wild red or red right now. Just getting the two colors to match up. It looks pretty good so far. I almost don't need like a red in there. I almost could just use this color that we mixed earlier and just throw a little orange in there just to brighten it up. And then just tip it. And that doesn't look too bad. I mean, all things considered, that doesn't look that bad. A little orange. A little bit more of that corn red. And I'll just throw some red at the edges. And again, another one of those trial by fire. We're going to fuck around and find out kind of paint jobs that we're doing here. If it doesn't work, then it doesn't work and we move on. But if it does work, and it kind of is working, then we just keep going with it. And maybe we recorded it at some point as a mix that I should have written down. Add some more water just to thin it out. Water. Water. A little water. You know what? That's kind of working, guys. Yeah, legit. One of the hardest things I struggle with is how does this look in my head? You know, how do I want this to look? What 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 story do I want it to tell? Is the big one. Because I have this approach to painting things now where I go, what is the story here? What is the thing I'm trying to say it does? Like why am I painting it this way? When it shows up on the tabletop, what's someone's takeaway? Okay, that is sick. This is the first time I've had flames turn out this good. I am so proud, guys. I am so proud. Assuming my camera will zoom correctly on it. Can I get any sort of... Oh, that kind of did it. It freaked out for a second, and then it did it. And it didn't do it again. Oh, you know what? It might be because of the light. Yeah, it was the light. Arguably worse. Arguably worse. Ah. There'll be photos after the stream anyway. Okay. So the flames, I think, look pretty good right now. I'm going to stop on them because otherwise I'll be doing them pretty well the whole rest of the stream. Like, even if I just, like, add a little bit just in the back here. It's probably too much, but we'll see. I have this bad habit of saying I'm not going to do any more and then promptly doing more. Oh, looks fine. I should put it down. Keeps doing more. Excuse me. Okay, that's good. Fire's good. Fire's done. Fire's done. All right. Next thing to do is some OSL. I think that's a good place to start is the OSL now. So, how do I want to approach this? Well, I know the official technique that they talk about is corn red. And, oops, please stay open for me. You take 1 part corn red, to 4 parts Lamian medium. That's the GW mix that they like to talk about. So we're going to try that real quick, which is 1, 2, 3, 4. Actually, it looks like I didn't get all 4. There's 3 drops. There's 4 drops. Mix them all together with the corn red. Thin it out, thin it out. Take some off my brush. And just going to put some right into the eye socket. Like he's got big sunglasses on. Same with this up here. And we're just going to put some right here inside the cross as well. I got a little yellow on the thing up here, so we're just going to put some thinned out black like over top of it, where I get the yellow over top of the horn. Just gonna put some down here as well, just so it's pretty even looking. And we're just waiting for that red to dry. Pull a little off with my brush, just to make it dry into the recesses on both sides. God damn it, destroy my chair. You destroyed your chair. How'd you destroy your chair? Were you leaning in it? I lean in mine. What happened? Are you okay? Might have fixed the screw and overscrewed it. Oh, that sucks, dude. But now is a great time to purchase a Harman Miller chair. Not sponsored. Um, I wish. Harman Miller chairs are beautiful. Oh my god. I'm just wicking away my excess here using my brush. Try it out. Snapped it in half. The screw? You snapped the screw in half. Jeez. That's quite a bit of force, dude. Oh, you know what? This red gets screwed up on the thing. And grab it one last time. We're just gonna let it find its way into the resources into the recesses. And we're just gonna leave it. Because if I keep touching it, I'm gonna make it worse. There. Old screw and old chair. Oof. Yeah. Okay. Those corn red. I'm gonna grab some Mephiston red now. And I'm not gonna go to the wet palette. I'm just gonna grab it right from the pot. And just trying to keep my brush nice and sharp. And then just very carefully sneak it onto the eye. Assuming I can sneak it onto the eye. One sec. There we go. Same with up here, sneak onto the eye. Perfect. And now I'm going to grab a little orange. Going to look around the house and see what I can use instead. Good idea, dude. I'll be here. Take your time. A little orange right dot in the eye. Dot in this eye. Just like that. And then dot on the eyes up here. Just like that. What I'll do is I'll just get it as thin as I can. Just this orange. And I'll just gently add some lighting just around the eyes. Same with up here on the cross. Add some up here. A little bit wetter. And then again over on this eye. Same thing on this eye. Grab a little of that Mephiston red. We have an ad starting in 5 minutes. Thin out the red like crazy. Take some off my brush. So it's almost like a dry brushing. I'm just doing over top of the eyes a little bit. Okay, now I need a really bright orange, which is going to be the Fire Dragon Bright. Ironically called Fire Dragon Bright. It's a layer. Ooh. Oh, I got lucky. Grab some of this. Just going to take some off the wet palette and on the paper towel as well. And just grab a little bit more so it's wet. Take a little off so it's real sharp. And then hold my breath as I just gently get it on top. Oh. Oh gosh. Okay. Sorry. It's just hard to breathe. I'm just gonna have a little bit on this plug, so I'll redo that plug with a little bit of Iron Hands earlier. Okay, now I just need to highlight the cross on his head. Or sorry, on this thing. A little bit more. All I'm doing is just adding some water to this, try and clean up a little. Just because it didn't exactly go where I wanted it to. Okay. There we go. That kind of works. I'm going to take some of this corn red again. Just thin it out real light. Take some off my brush. So it's almost translucent. And then just work it down in a light glaze. Take a little bit more. Work it down in a glaze. Just wherever there's light that would reflect. Same with here. Work a little bit into the recesses here. I'll take some out of the eye there because some got in the eye. And I'll take that Fire Dragon Bright again and just dot the eye just again. Oh gosh. Again, this is where I'm hyper focusing and going, oh, more here, more there. Okay, we'll be gentle this time. Go in. That kind of cleaned it up a little, which is good. More of that corn red. And then just gently towards the edge there. Okay, that's pretty good. Okay, now I need my base brush again, because we're going to take the, I think it was, I'll close that up before I lose all my lamy medium. Let's see. What am I looking for? Let's see. You know what? The plugs are actually supposed to be black, so let's take a Corvus Black real quick. We'll throw some on the palette with a base brush. And we're going to just thin it out and put it over top the silver that's there. Real thin. Like almost translucent thin. We're just going to go over those plugs. And the gun as well. Let's see. Hey, welcome back. Okay, so it looks like we're almost done. There's a couple more things I want to do here, like just highlight up some of these vents a little bit. And there's a couple little hoses here and there. And this pipe here. And then I did see he's got his little bag here that we didn't paint brown, so we're gonna just take a moment here and just grab this like dark burgundy, and we're just gonna throw it on top. Just because it doesn't have to be brown, just it can be whatever color we want. That's pretty similar in color. Grab a little more. And I do see one more charm that we didn't paint silver as well, so we're gonna come back and just address that. Looks pretty good so far. I sort of like the way this is turning out. Yeah, you know what? I really do like the way this is turning out. There's a little area here that we can take a little red. Just gonna sneak it in best I can, just up in this space here, right behind where the weapon is. I'm gonna need a little bit more red than that. So I'm gonna grab my Mephiston red. And just take a little bit, throw on my brush, and just sneak it right in that crevice there. Just where it was still gray. I probably could have used corn red to be more consistent with color, but we're aiming for completion. And I'm going to use some of this anyway, just to help that belt that's just around his waist. A little bit more of that, actually. Just like that. That looks good. Okay, so last steps here. What do we have? Like I said, we did see that other little silver trinket that's on his back, so we're just going to paint that up real quick. There's two of them, actually. One here, a little connector for it, and one here. And then the bones are connected. Some metal pieces. And there's a little band around keeping this little piece of parchment attached to him. So we're just going to paint that black real quick. Looks pretty good. And then if we're doing that, we might as well do his belt in black. Cool. That looks pretty good. I'd say that that's basically done. Let me take a look here. We just need to paint the base here and throw in some Agrix Earthshade. But aside from that, it's looking pretty good. It's looking pretty well done at this point. Maybe we could look at a pass to look for a new chair, so we're going to spend some time looking for one now. Nice! See, that's the trick, is destroy something and then you have to replace it. Clean up these feathers a little bit of Abaddon black. I'm just going to clean up this. A little bit of Abaddon black on top there. Not destroy. Yes, true. Trying to fix it. Oh, my apologies. I misunderstood. A little bit black here. And just a little black in here just to clean up just where I might have overdone the gold just a little bit. There we go. That looks pretty good for the gold. I'd say it looks pretty good so far. I might take, you know what I might do? So I'm gonna take a little bit of this Uriel yellow that we mixed up earlier. And I just want just a super tight dot of it. I'm gonna use my 10-0 from Army Painter. Get that prepared here. Grab that yellow. Small, looking kind of fire now. It is looking super fire, man. I appreciate that. There we go. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's terrifying. Whoa. Oh, that's good. That's going to be really hard to see, but... Can I get something behind this to show it off at least? I cannot wait to put this on the spin afterwards. The 360 spin on the small is going to look badass. Okay, so next thing to do here is address the bottom. So he's on rocks, and there's some rebar here. So I think the best course of action is we can grab some more like texture paints and stuff here. Like I've got tons of texture paints. I've got Astro Granite, Ard coat. Sorry, not ard coat. I do have ard coat though. I've got Modern Earth. I've got Sterling Mud. And I've got Iron Rust. Sorry. So I've got 4 texture paints. I think I like the idea of Astrogranite really good here. And what I'm gonna do is I've got some sprue bits here. One sec. Where are they? One sec. Sprue bits from when we were doing our orc stream. I'm just gonna grab my nippers. I'm going to just start snipping some pieces off. Just because I want some rubble here. I don't really care how good it looks, just as long as it's rubble adjacent. There's a nice big piece right here. There, that's pretty good. And we're just going to keep clipping some pieces off here. Yeah, I like that one. And this one I can just snip this gate off. And I guess I'll nip this edge off. There. Now how the hell am I going to put these on? Well, that's a good question. And the easy answer to that one is I'm going to take my Cyanoaclite, which was Cyroaclite, sorry, which was right here. Which is right here. Go me. And I'm going to take these guys. And we're just going to put some glue right at the bottom. Try not to glue my fingers together. Which I've already put some glue on my finger. Great. We're just going to not glue to my finger, please. Glue these pieces down and not on my fucking fingers. Good lord. A little bit more cyanoaclite here. Take these. I'm going to put the glue on the base first, then drop the pieces on. And I don't really care how these kind of lay, just as long as they're here. Maybe I'll take one back here and kind of prop it upright. And then this one looks like it's at an angle, so I might just do that. Just have it off the edge here, best I can. And trim that down. Oh, don't glue to my hand. Take the edge off here. There we go. That might be smooth enough that I can work with. Yeah, that's going to be good. And then, actually, I'll put it probably up here, just so they're clumped together a little bit. That's bonding pretty fast, like faster than before, which is... Oh, you know what? It's because it's sitting on my wet palette, so it's getting moist. And this guy, I'll just trim the edge off on this guy. Just so it fits within the confines of the base. Just because I'm a stickler for making sure things fit within the confines of the base. And I'll spin it a little bit. There we go. Those look kind of cool. I don't know what they are, but they're kind of cool. Um, we'll figure it out in a minute, though. And I've got a really cool piece here if you want to give me just a second to go find it. Now, I've been waiting to use these. I bought these I-beams, these plastic I-beams a while ago. And they're meant for, like, trains and, buildings and stuff. Oh, I realize you can't see it. And I think that's really sick. So I'm going to chop up one of them. Turn off my reference here. And we're just going to chop up a little bit. Just like that. I think that's cool. Now, here's the funny thing about these. These are like a different type of plastic. So I'm going to grab my lighter, which I have one here somewhere. I had it here earlier. Where is my lighter? Where is my lighter? It should be here. Oh, is that it? No, that's marker. That is a lighter. Is that going to work? Yes. Okay, good. So here's the trick. I'm going to heat up this plastic a little bit because it's like a very soft plastic. So look, it's kind of funny. And then I'm just going to gently push it into my table. So again, there we go. That smoking is good. Smoking means I can press it. And it looks like that now. And now I'm going to grab my blade. And we're just going to cut this at an angle using a mini saw. Oh, you know what? I've got a little vise here. I can hold it. You won't be able to see this on camera because it's a table vise, but there. That went super well. And I'm just going to grab my lighter and just clean up the edge a little bit. There. Press it flat. There we go. So now I got this beam. So now I got to figure out where this beam goes. I think it makes sense to have it kind of off to the side, like a bunch of ruined pieces here. I love this idea already. I love the way this is going to go. Just you wait. It's going to look really sweet. Like, that's already looking really fucking cool. Just add some height to the model still, too. So that needs a minute or so to dry. You know what? I just saw a space that we could add a little brown to the one of the skulls here. I'm gonna take a chance and just add a little brown to that for the skull. Make sure I'm using, that's a layer brush. I want the base brush. Just because it wasn't very well defined before. There we go. I'm getting texted like crazy today. What is going on? No matter. Little sip. Okay. All right, well, this is drying because we're in our last half hour here. Before we get to paint it, we have to wait for it to dry. We're going to talk about what it is we did today, what it is we're doing tomorrow. So today's Tuesday. Sorry, today's Tuesday. Today we made fantastic progress on this like sergeant. Like he looks so sick. He's so fire. Oh my god, I'm just in awe of where we've gotten with him. He does need a little Agrix Earthshade here and there, and some Nuln Oil, just to help sell kind of some of the paints here. And we still have to do some brush on primer for some of these like bigger sprue bits that we put on and glue down. And we're gonna put some Agrix Earthshade. Sorry, this is Astrogranite. My apologies. Over top of bits of there, so it's gonna look more and more and more like he's in a battlefield. I think that's what I want to do with it. I've got a little bush here we can put down as well. And that's what I think I want to do because that's gonna look super cool. But that's still what we have on our plate right now for this. But we got through a lot of this today. I mean, today we did the flames, we did the skulls, we did all the gold work. That was really cool. We finished up the OSL. We finished up, well, maybe not all the OSL, but a good chunk of the OSL. And we finished up doing, actually, you know what? I got a second here. I can throw some OSL over top of this. A little water. Take the red and just throw some OSL just in some of these recesses. And that way it just kind of feeds into that there's light here. A little more water just to pull this up. And yeah, it's looking, every time I touch it, it gets a little bit better, a little bit better, a little bit better. So I'm really content with how we made out with this. I cannot wait to take a 360 video of this and post it both in the YouTube and also on the Discord. And on the TikTok, because we've got all three now. And those are really great places to be caught up if you miss a stream or if you're just looking for something. Extra Granite, light dry brush of Karak Stone. Ooh. Do I have Karak Stone? Let me take a look. What is Karak Stone? Karak Stone. I gotta see what this looks like. One sec. Okay. I see the color. The closest color I have to that is Scrag Brown. Or Deathclaw Brown. Or Bugman's Glow. Or Baneblade Brown. These are all pretty similar. Because I don't think I have Zandri Dust. These are all pretty similar, but not the same. Um, yeah, I don't have Karak Stone. I thought I did, but unfortunately I don't. Um, yeah, I don't. It's another paint I gotta get. I have Raykarth's Flesh. That's pretty good. I know this beam I'm gonna paint red or black. I think I might do red. Might be too much. I might do black and then put some chipping on it. I've got a brush on primer here that we're going to use to do those big plastic ones because it's the only real way I can get it on. So I'll start getting that ready. We can add it coming up here in a couple of minutes. Yeah, I think that's going to look really cool. And then these little guys, since they're just like bits of stone, I'm probably going to do some brown on them, or like a corn red brick, just because I think they'll look really cool. Did I have? I thought I had Karak Stone. I have to put all my paints in my Citadel app. Second, I'm gonna look through these paints I have here. I have Shabdi Bone, I have Wraith Bone, a Steel Legion Drab. That's pretty close. Yeah, it's as close as I'm gonna be able to get. Right now, at least. That's unless we go out and buy one. Which we totally could do. I think the closest color to that spectrum is gonna be ugh. What is it gonna be? It's probably the Zandri Dust or the Steel Legion Drab are pretty close. One of those two. Actually, I should put that on stream just so we can see what it looks like together. And then do reference, and then properties, browse. Okay, I'm not allowed to put an SVG up there. All right. I'll post it in chat here. So that color versus one of the ones we have on screen here. Make sure these aren't sticky anymore. They're pretty solid. Probably solid enough for me to put some Astro Granite on. Ooh, if I could shake it. Oh, it's hard to shake. There we go. I'm going to use an old brush to do it this time. I've got these golden maple ones that were like dirt cheap. I bought them on Amazon for like pennies on the dollar, basically. But they're not real golden maple. That's why. So what's happening tomorrow? Tomorrow is going to be where we start addressing the Chaos spawn, or doing our Chaos Space Marines, the regular Legionaries. I like the Legionaries a lot. I think they look really cool. The Chaos spawn, actually, we'll hold off on the Chaos spawn for now because they they require a lot more love and attention for the what do you call it there? For the skin tones. Oh, we're starting an ad here in a couple seconds. Hey, welcome back. Um, yeah, so as I was saying, tomorrow we're going to start on the Legionaries and just start working our way through them. Just because we're pretty well almost done this guy now. Really, it's down to the base, and that's pretty much it. Now I have to wait for the texture paint to dry. That's not a big deal. While we're doing that, we can always paint this big piece here, the brush on primer. I'm going to start by addressing that real quick. I'm going to try and make these ads a little less frequent because they seem to be kind of every so often here. Okay, I'm going to take some of my brush on primer here. I'm just going to put straight on my paper towel and then close it up real quick so I don't lose it. And this stuff dries fast. It has good bite as well. That's the thing. This is by the Army Painter too. I really, really, really like brush on primer. I could even make this beam orange. Now that I think about it, might be the way to go. I do have rust colors. Maybe I could use that. I'm just doing is putting a healthy coating of brush on primer on this. Just not being super gentle with either, just putting all the brush on primer on that I can. Just because we're going to paint over top of it anyway, so. I know what you're thinking, like, can't you still see some of the words and stuff on the sprue bits? Yeah, I mean, you can. But that's, you know, no one's really going to be looking for that. And if they are, then I'll politely explain to them that they're looking at the wrong part of the model. Oh yeah, these are going on really nice. I'm just doing a relatively thin coat first, just to get the primer on. Again, this is just brush on primer by Army Painter. So I really like the direction we're heading with this mini. I think we're going to continue that direction for the rest of the army. It's unfortunate that it's not going to be something super unique, but you know, it's my first kind of chance at it, first kind of attempt at it. I can't do anything too special, too creative. I'd say that's my problem right now. Is I'm not super creative. I'm getting there, and I'm trying to learn to do kit bashing and things, and just some new stuff to make it interesting. But it's, you know, it's a process. It takes time. All right, now we have to wait for the dry. Should be a few minutes. Oh, I just cracked my wrist. Oh, it feels so good. Oh, I've had carpal tunnel for like the past week and a half. Oh my god, sorry. That feels really fucking good. Oh, it just aligned itself. Oh, that feels good. Oh my god. How did I do that? Sorry, that was very good. You know, we could throw a little Agrex Earthshade down here in the bottom too. Um, I still need to paint the bottom here where his foot is. And they seem to think it's like a dark black or whatever. We're gonna get pretty close to that. Um, I don't want this to look too bland. That's a worry of mine, is that this will look too bland. So maybe I'll grab some rocks here and just throw them inside. One sec. Just while the astragan is still dry. I couldn't find rocks. But I did find some sand from our Friday stream, which is now all over my pants. So that's funny. It's everywhere. I'm gonna have to vacuum in here. Oh my lord. Let's not do this over the top of the wet palette. Let's just grab a pinch of it and do it over top of the thing that holds all of it. There we go. There we go. Hachimachi. This is the it's not Green Stuff World. I forget what the company is, but it's really nice dust. But it does unfortunately get everywhere. So that's fun. Okay. So now that's drying now. And unfortunately everywhere. Oh, I'm gonna have to vacuum. But I got it in my wet palette anyway? Really? Okay, that's not so bad. I got it out. So that's going to look good because we'll put some more paint over top of that. It'll look just normal. All right. So now let's take some dark gray and just match it up to that. Assuming I have some here. Maybe Scavenge Light Dinge. Seems like it's pretty well right in that spectrum. And we could take, because it's a layer brush, we could just take some layer paint here. Actually, I can even take this golden maple one. It's a nice big brush that we used for the Astro Granite. Just take some Scavenge Light Dinge, put on the wet palette here, get it thin, and then just slather it. We're not being too careful, we're just slathering. Not all the paint's quite dry yet, but we're getting pretty close to dry. Again, that's why I don't like these golden maple ones. Sorry, they're not golden maple, they're faux golden maple. They're by a brand that's pretending to be golden maple, but they're not golden maple. And our paint is still drying. So we're gonna take some time, just let it dry. I got excited and I wanted it done right away, but the truth is that if it's not ready, it's not ready. And we're not gonna rush it. There's some areas we can do here and just blend them together, but if it's not ready, it's not ready. What I can do is a little piece of rebar in here that I'm going to paint with some Hasha copper. Take off the old crusty bit. Just put some just on the back here. Just to cover it. It's over top of Scavenge Light Dinge, so it's a little dark, but that's fine. We're going to coat it down with some Agrix Earth Shade anyway, once it's dry. So I'm not too worried. As for this beam, I'm going back and forth between orange and red and black, and I'm torn. I'm really torn because part of my brain wants to say orange, but part of my brain wants to say paint it with a metallic. And I kind of don't hate the idea of using a metallic. You know, like a Necron compound almost, because it's just metal, right? It's pretty dry. Yeah, let's use some Necron compound. I haven't used Necron compound in a while. Okay, I've got a dry brush here somewhere. I think I threw it back in the wallet. I did. It's the one we did at the beginning of the stream. It's nice and smooth again. And so we're going to promptly screw it up with some Necron compound. Posture check, thank you. Good call out. Oh, that was a good call. My back needed that. I didn't realize I was all hunched over until you pointed it out. So thank you, Simple Dots. I appreciate you taking care of me. Because Lord knows I'm bad at taking care of me. So. Let's see here. I got my. Actually, that's really good posture now. Actually, it's a lot easier to see now. Huh. A little more compound here. Just to make it shiny. Let's see. A little bit more in here. Just making it shiny. Don't need any more than that. You just know when you yourself got to check. I know. I feel like everyone's got a better understanding of like when I'm all hunched over as opposed to when I do. Oh, I've got weathering effects. I've got engine oil too. We could throw some of that on too. I got so many. Ooh, I can use all my texture paints now. Ooh, and all my like effects paints. Um, oh, you know what I found earlier today, which I'm super hype about, is it's one of my older texture paints by Citadel. It says Typhus Corrosion. I don't think I've ever used it. I might have used it like once or twice. I keyed to the rescue with the chair. Nice. Man, I want there to be an IKEA in my city so bad. The closest one is like a province away. I'm so like I want an IKEA. I think keeping the silver is a good idea. But I also want to paint it like hazard orange or something. Gosh, I'm so torn, man. You know what? Let's go word bearers red. It's like a brown orange. We'll just slather it on. I got like 20 kilometers to one. Nice. I mean, 20 kilometers is, oh, sorry, 20 kilometers, not kilometers. Kilometers. 20 kilometers still isn't that bad. It's like a city and a half away. Bro, this is looking so good. Bro. Bro, okay, word bears red's where it's at. Dude. Oh, it's starting to come off with the other one. I would easily go like a city away if it meant I could go to an IKEA. I'm a big fan of their like furniture. Also, their accessories, like the kitchen stuff, is so good. Dude, Word Bear's red here is really good. It's like a good brick color too, which is also good. Oh yeah, we're sticking with Word Bear's red here. It's a layer. When I have the chance, I still order delivery. Well, that's fair. See, that's what I mean. We can't even get delivery here for IKEA. Like you kind of can, but good luck on some items. But they've brought a new Quebec version into my province, so I'm very excited for that. And this like WordPress red is perfect here. And the fact that it went on uneven on this like I-beam is even better. Because I want it to be chipped and like torn apart and stuff. So having it uneven is perfect. And actually, it's probably a good excuse to use the sponging ones. Because I've got this sponge. I can just kind of, grab a little bit, just like that on the end, and then I just dab it on. Getting close to supper time for me, I guess. Just felt my stomach rumble. This is looking really good. Okay. So I think I'm going to take your suggestion. And I'm going to take, what was it again? I don't have the stone. I got Zandri dust, which is pretty close. And a lot of my paint's still drying, but that doesn't mean I can't take the base and then just wipe off my brush a little bit until it's real thin. And then just go over top. Highlight some of these bricks. Just edge highlight them. Because they're bricks now, canonically. In my head, they're bricks. Take off some more, and then a little bit more. Just gonna go up the edge a little bit on this, just because it's old steel. Just highlight just the edges with it. No wrong answers, just painting. There we go. A little bit more, just to put on, just to finish up highlighting this brick a little bit. And this guy too. Doesn't really need it, but why not? There we go. And that's not even the best part, because we still have to put on our shades. So how do we get this on? That's a fun question. I'm going to take, I think I'm going to take my dry brush and do it. So I can take my dry brush, put it in, and then just pat it on. Typhus corrosion. This should make it look dusty and dirty and like it's been sitting around for a little bit. I'm gonna snooze that because we're not gonna no. I'm gonna grab some of this type of corrosion off the bottom and then pat it around. That's starting to look pretty good. It's starting to look like it's been sitting in a rail yard for a while. So we're getting pretty close. Now I need some of this old dark rust. The heck was that? Hey, thanks for the sub. Appreciate that, Simple Dots. Holy shit. Thank you. Damn, thanks, man. A little bit of dark rust up here. First sub, man. I so much appreciate that. Like that is so sweet. I feel honored, dude. And I'm glad it's you too. I'm glad you were my first sub. Thank you. And I haven't forgotten, we're still naming this guy Simple Dots. Just gotta finish putting the rust here. I'm just blooming the rust. The old rust. Blooming, as in I'm just putting it around. You help me also start painting. Man, it's no problem at all. I am so glad that you're back into painting because your paint looks so sweet. Like, it's honestly inspiring, if I'm being honest. Like, if I'm being totally honest, it's got me thinking about things I want to do. It's got the gears in my head turning. Like, I want to do paint that's more gory. Like that's how I want to do things. And you doing Mortarion, it's just so sick. It's just so fucking cool. I think it's codependent. I couldn't do this without you, man. A little fresh rust here, just in some of these areas. Just wherever the rust would build up kind of naturally. Actually, I'm going to do this with a one of our sponges here. Just going to pat off the sponge so it can just that way this will look real old. Not grimdark enough for me though. Fair, fair. Grimdark is different for everybody, I find. Myself, it's gory, it's bloody, it's old, it's decrepit. Like it's all versions of that word. It's really gonna sell this. Is I'm gonna grab my shade brush, and we're gonna grab some of that Agrex Earth Shed I keep talking about, and then forgetting where I'll put and then losing. There's Nuln Oil. That's good. Ooh, Nuln Oil. Ooh, Nuln Oil. Some Nuln Oil on this would be really good too. Put that down. The recess is here. No, we're not watching an ad. Sorry, dudes. Actually, you're subbed, so you shouldn't have an ad. I'm for the unsettling look, like realistic looking and nerving. Yes. Hydrate. I don't have any water except I don't have any water but paint water. Nope. Nope. Don't drink paint water. Don't drink paint water. Oh, nope. Nope. Well. No, I'm getting real water. One sec. Ugh. I got real water. I got real water now. I'm gonna drink this. Everything just tastes grainy like sand. I need another sip. That's what I get for not having water at my desk. Ugh. It's like in my nose. I can like. Ugh. 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 Oh Jesus! Oh, it's so. It's like I just took a mouthful of sand. Worth every brain cell. That's our channel points. Brain cells. I'm salivating now. I have like a taste for paint water now. I'm collecting points to redeem the stretch a couple of times to make him work out a bit. Someday I'll do a push-up stream. Or I'll do push-ups for subs. 10 push-ups for each sub. Oh god, I shouldn't say that out loud because I'll end up committing to the damn thing. That would be quite the stream though. Working out in working out in a chaplain mask or a helmet. Oh, sorry. All I have in my mouth is that paint water. 10 push-ups are no biggie. Well, yeah, 10 push-ups can be no biggie. But I'm still pretty new to push-ups, so but if you do it for subs, it could be quite a biggie. 10 subs is 100 push-ups. And what do I do if I can't do 100 push-ups? You put that away, then yeah. Actually, I haven't thought of that. What do I do if I can't do 100 push-ups? Because chances are I can't do 100 push-ups. I'm just making this base a little darker here with the pre-roll ads are disabled. Okay, good. If you're subbed, you shouldn't have ads, which is good. Also, thank you again for the sub. Appreciate that. Appreciate you, man. I need a little bit of Nuln Oil just for our trinkets. And for the staff here, I'm gonna save 1,000 and get them to chug a liter of water. I like how you've arbitrarily assigned how much water I'm supposed to be drinking every time I redeem, or every time it's redeemed, and maybe we should decide that. I'm gonna let a little bit of Nuln Oil here just into the joints, just to make them darker, and on the armor a little bit. Just so we can really make it pop. One of the few times I'm really thankful for regular water, because oh my god, paint water sucks. 20 gifted subs, I'll take a full drink of paint water and swallow. Just making bigger commitments for more points. I already have over 1,100. Oh man. Alright, now all we need now is just for this to dry. Well, that and rim the base. We'll rim the base while we're here. Might as well. Assuming I can get a part that's not wet. I gotta stop making weird offers with channel points. And with subs. I'm gonna kill myself doing this. No, I'm not. I'm gonna what on alive in Minecraft? I don't know what the term is. I'm gonna go crazy if I end up drinking a full glass of paint water. You imagine drinking a full glass of paint water? Would that kill you? Would that do serious damage drinking a full glass of paint water? I know it wouldn't taste very good, but like, could it do any real damage? I'll have to look that up before I make that offer again. Nah? Okay. Not a great taste, though. I can officially say I've drank paint water once. Oh, you know what? I'm going to change my Discord. One sec here. I'm going to change my status on Discord. Not status. I'm going to change my thing on Discord because I've got all these roles, but the only role I don't have is Paint Water Saulmier. Oh no, I have it. Never mind. Diarrhea for sure. Diarrhea speedrun stream. What color would it look like? Just you watch. You know what's going to happen? Is someone's going to wait until I'm painting just something that's blue and then fucking make me drink a whole fucking thing of paint water. Don't you fucking dare. Don't let it be you, Commissar. Don't you dare. It's gonna be like 50 gifted subs if you do something like that, and that's crazy. 50 gifted tier 1. For me to drink a whole thing of paint water. Okay, so I get your name on the bottom. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to find really any color you want here, man. I'm going to leave that color up to you, but I'm going to recommend something that's bright and easy to see. Maybe like a yellow or an orange or red. Diarrhea based on the paints used? No, I mean for the base. I mean not for the color I drink. Oh, we're fully into this now. This is gonna have to happen on stream. After the orc stream would have been the worst, I suppose. It would have been so. Man, I threw out that paint after the orc stream, and it was black. It had taken on every single color. So much glue. Oh my god, the amount of glue that we used. Everything was sticking to everything by the end of that stream. It was interesting to say that. Could probably do is I could probably grab my hobby knife here. I'd probably punch a hole right into this beam. I want to say. If I can find my hobby knife. Which was somewhere here. That's not it. Uh-oh. 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 No, it's in here. It's gotta be in here. It's got to be in here. Oh, there it is. Shamo was outed. You were outed? Oh, yeah, it's too bad, man. Like, I've got the VOD going up on the YouTube channel here soon. And I'm doing a highlight video as well. So you'll be able to see everything that you missed, or a little bit more. Bro, we need channel rewards to make you clean the desk. Mid-stream, clean the whole desk in once. Can you imagine? Just stop everything you're doing and clean the stream. You know what? I'll make one. It'll be 1,000,000 points. I'm cutting a hole into this now. Just because rust is not fair or good or even. Rust does not play nice, so I'm going to take some of this rust color that I have here, just onto my brush, just punch it right into that space. Replace the paper, for example. Actually, that's a really... What's wrong with my paper? It's, you know, nothing wrong with my paper. Maybe it needs to be replaced. Maybe it needs to be replaced. Maybe it needs to be replaced. Switch colors mid-painting. That would be cool, too. Actually, these are a really good idea, guys. I'm going to be inspired by some of those ideas that you guys just gave me. And I'll make some a reality. How's that sound? Let's actually I got a chance now. Let's do something while we're waiting for that guy to dry. Before we start putting your name on the wall and their simple dots. And I'll do rewards. Here we go. Power-ups and channel rewards. Manage power-up channel points. Let's see here. Those are alerts. Review requests, custom rewards. Here we go. Add new custom reward. Give my reward a name. Switch paints. Enter amount. Oh, switch paints. Paints are the words. Description. Make me change paint color. Switch paint color. Switch paints or switch paint color? Immediately. Make me change page color. The amount's going to be, we're going to make it 25,000. Because that seems fair. I guess 25,000, right? And we're going to put a cooldown of 2 minutes between color switching. So that everyone gets a chance. So if you do it, then someone else does it, someone else does it. You can't just keep spamming it. No redemption limits. None per user either. But 25,000 I think is relatively fair. Unless you're paying the first founding chapter, too bad for you. Now you're paying the successor. Ooh, I gotta go one. I gotta go one. Here's one. It's gonna cost 100,000 points. Make me glue my fingers together using Elmer's glue. It's got a 5-minute cooldown because I have to wait for the Elmer's glue to dry. And that's going to be 10,000 points to replace the paper for that one. 10-minute cooldown. Wait, 12 hours is extreme. So which Arc clan are they? Pain of Chaos, too bad for you. The traitor got redeemed in the eyes of the Emperor. Pain his main chapter. Oh my god. Oh, here's it. Okay, that's a good one. Is change faction for the mini, and this one's going to be another 100,000. Okay, I like this one. I like this one a lot. Um, this is going to be redeemed 3 times per stream, and it's got a 60-minute cooldown. It'll be done by up to 4 individuals. Well, actually, any amount of individuals, but 4 redemptions per stream. I love it. It's actually what I'm doing with my Marine. Nice. Switch paint color immediately. I'm going to change it so require general text. Tell me what color I should be using instead. And then, let's see. A new custom reward. I think we had one more in there. Imagine if redeemed right now for this one. Can you imagine? Well, it's 100,000 points, so I mean, let's see. I need the one for clean my desk. Um, clean the damn desk is what it's getting called. As the title explains. Remind me why I should. No, as the title dictates. And this is another 100,000 pointer, which is done. Limit to twice per stream. I'm only going to stop and clean the desk twice. Get from 1 million to for the switch factions. That's a good idea. I was doing switch faction for the mini specifically, but make it 1 million to switch the faction. I could do that. I have it so it can be redeemed like 4 times. Okay, this is looking pretty good, guys. Let's see. Have you decided on a color for your name down here, Simple Dots, or is it okay if I just pick one? Because I'm thinking blue. Sorry, I need to put your name on this base. I'm thinking about on the rim. What color would you like your name to be? You can have your username be blue or red or green or yellow or orange or any of the colors I have kind of available to me. What do you know I should do? Excuse me. Up to me? Okay. I kind of like the blue, just because it'll make your name a lot more visible. Now let's see if I can actually paint this without going crazy. I'm going to use my Psycho detail here by Army Painter. I'm going to start with the D, because it's a lot easier to do the D. Yeah, that turned out pretty good. Let me see if I can get this on camera here. It was in frame for a second, and then it flashed out. Grab a little bit more blue just to make that D a little bit more defined. And I want that O to be a little bit more defined too, so I'm going to grab some Abaddon Black. A little bit more black just to clean up the E a little bit. Checklist blue and Abaddon Black. There we go. And now we have simple dots written on there. I wonder if I can get this a little more defined if I do this. You know what? I'll do a 360 video. There we go. Now it's finally in frame. But nothing else. That's okay. Whew, what a stream today. My God, we got through so much with this guy. I think he turned out really good, honestly. I'm kind of really excited to take a 360 and show it off. And I found my 360 thing, which is even better. So, I mean, yay.